Everyone. Can everyone hear me? That's okay? Yeah? Okay, there we go. Hello, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2025 Photo Oxford Symposium, Exploring Photography and Truth. I am Lydia Healy, the Byrne and Ronnie Schwartz Curator of Photography at Bodleian Libraries. So just to start off with some health and safety stuff. Please note that only bottled water is allowed in the lecture theatre, no other food or drink. We're not expecting any fire drills, so if the alarm goes off, please make your way towards the exits at the front of the lecture theatre and out into the hall, and venue staff will guide you. So welcome everybody. Photography has always been a part of the Bodleian Library, but it's been in recent years that the photography collection has gained even more momentum. The major acquisition of the William Henry Fox Talbot Family Archive in 2024 gave some of the earliest photographs a home at the Bodleian, and the collection has gone from strength to strength from there. The Bodleian Library is interested in acquiring whole archives, allowing the richness of a photographer's work and process to be available to research in one place. The previous exhibitions at the Weston Library that showcased these archives have included Helen Muspratt, a British photographer who settled in Oxford to open a photography studio, known for her experimental solarized images in the 1930s, as well as documenting communities in Wales and the Soviet Union. Daniel Meadows, whose work captured everyday life and communities in 1970s Britain through various projects, but most notably his free photographic omnibus projects, touring the UK in a converted double-decker bus to photograph the public and producing around 1,000 portraits. And now the Paddy Summerfield exhibition, as you will see from our fantastic display outside. Paddy lived in Oxford his whole life, creating works such as his project Mother and Father, that is a poignant portrait of his parents at the end of their lives. The case display also does a great job of showing what Paddy's archive looks like and hints towards the work that the library is doing to bring some order to the archive to make it accessible for future researchers. And there are many more exciting archives to come. And working with Photo Oxford is such a great way to showcase our collections here and work with the wider photo community in Oxford. So I want to start the day by handing over to Katie Barron, Festival Director, but also thanking you, Sam and Hayley, for organising this symposium. And it's been a pleasure to work with you and organise events like this and for the Bodleian to be part of the festival. So thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. I'm Katie Barron. I'm the Director of Photo Oxford, and I'm delighted to welcome you all to our Symposium for Photo Oxford 2025, which has been generously supported by Stephen Barber, who you will hear later. And that's allowed us to keep the prices at a level that we hope has allowed many people from a range of different backgrounds to access this symposium, both in the room and also live online. So welcome to those who are watching us from wherever you are. Photo Oxford is a biennial photo festival that takes a serious look at photography. Founded in 2013, this is our 5th edition, and our theme for this year is truth. Questions about photography's relationship with truth are as old as the history of the medium, and in a post-truth era, one in which generative AI has become part of our daily lives, these questions have never felt more relevant. Across more than 40 exhibitions and events with local, national, and international artists, our programme seeks to offer moments of discovery, reflection, and encourage audience to find their own truth in photography. I know today, with such a stellar lineup of artists, academics, curators, there will be ample moments of collective discovery and reflection. Unfortunately, we've got lots of breaks where we can talk to each other and network. Before we begin our first session, I must say a few thank yous. Firstly, I want to say how grateful I am to all of you for being here today, for supporting the festival and engaging with these important, timely discussions. I want to pass my sincere thanks to Lydia, Janet Kilalia, Georgia Binning, and Katie Heath, all at the Bodleian, for the help in organising today's symposium. Particular thanks go to Richard Ovenden. Richard, I'm always thanking you. Bodley's librarian, and the Helen Hamlin, Director of the University of Oxford Libraries and Head of Gardens, Libraries and Museums at Oxford. Richard's support for the festival has been integral to the success of Photo Oxford, and I'm delighted he will be chairing our final panel of the day, fittingly on photography, truth, and the archive. We've allocated 45 minutes for each of our sessions, 30 minutes for papers and conversations, and 15 minutes for audience questions. And we're going to be pretty rigorous because it's quite a packed schedule. The only exception is our final panel, which will take place for an hour. So thank you all very much. And I'm delighted to introduce our first two speakers, Sian Davey and Gary Fabian Miller. Would you like to join me? Worked out our seating plan, have we? Where should we
You
go?
should go in the middle, Katie.
I should go in the middle?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
You're
Go like this. Go like this. Okay.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you, Gary.
Would you like some cake, Sean?
Go on.
There's no cake.
No cake today, Sean.
Cake later. Cake later. This is a relationship built on cake.
It is. It is. Sean,
There we go.
don't make her a cake.
Sean makes a very, very good cake.
I do actually.
Yes, you do, Sean.
So to introduce our two wonderful speakers, great British photographers, Sian Davey uses photography to investigate psychological landscapes, her own and those of the people around her. Gary Fabian Miller has exclusively made cameraless photography since the mid-1980s. His memoir, Darkroom, was published by the Bodleian in 2023. Gary and Sian have titled their discussion True Love. And I'm going to lead a conversation. I'm not sure this is, anyway, let's see how it goes.
It's great, Sean. Lead us.
Okay, I will lead a conversation between us. That's what we've decided will be the best way. And their work will be just passing through above us, just to give you a sense. But we're not going to talk about specific pictures, I think, more about their general practice. So just to start, I'll start with you, Sian. What does true love mean to each of you, both as artists and as human beings?
Well, they're not separate. I think that's really important. And I thought they were separate, but life has shown me they're not separate. And true love is a process. And I think, when I was younger, I kind of externalized love onto others, I romanticized love. It took me kind of, a series, true love is a series of heartbreaks. It's a rupturing of the soul, isn't it? And as with each heartbreak, it kind of elevates our consciousness. And that's, so when I went to see I was a psychotherapist for some time. And so when I went to see the Louise Bourgeois retrospective at the Tate when I was in my mid-40s, and I came out and I spontaneously, burst into tears, and I said, I need to be an artist now. That was heartbreak. That was a rupture. And so as I have gone further, towards true love, I return to home, to myself.
What
What do you think, Gary?
do I think? Well, this was called Truth. This event, the festival, and then Katie talked to me about whether I would like to be involved, and I said I'd like to talk to Sian about true love. So I didn't suggest talking to anyone else about it. So that means that Sian, but that meant Sian embodied something which I thought, well, if I want to talk about that subject, and I thought of Sian. And I think, to put this in context, I don't know Sian. We've met each other more than 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, it's right about
Yeah,
that.
yeah, but I feel very close to Sean, and we only live in a car about half an hour apart from each other. So I think that's kind of quite interesting. I'm sure I'm going to see a lot more of Sean as time passes, but that's kind of where we are. So that's an attraction. I must have been attracted to Sean, thinking that, you know, because I knew enough to know that we shared something. So true love. So I think Katie spread these questions. They're really helpful. So help me think about it. So I think I must have decided when I was young, like 15, that I was interested in living a true life. And, you know, that meant I couldn't conform to the notion of how you live a life, which was not how I thought life should be. And, you know, you should be a free spirit and you shouldn't conform to rules, and you should be able to follow the path you want to follow and find a way through. So for some reason, I thought that really young. So that was, and I had to be true to that. And so not to follow the path that others wanted me to follow. So that meant I was looking, like Sean when she went to see the bourgeois. I was looking, and I found meaning through reading, through music, and through art. And so having access to contemporary art, some of which was photography, was really important because it showed me there was a way you could live a life and you could make something like this. And I knew it was transformative. And I should feel I could do that. So I gained a confidence at an early age about that. And I was also interested, because of this true thing, I've been thinking about it, I was interested in a lot of painting. I was very interested in truth to materials as a kind of teenager. So this whole notion of truth to materials applied to modernism and so on was really important. And I didn't write, you know, this is with hindsight, but photography's problem was, and probably still is in my view, is its lack of understanding of its materiality. And so I could understand all the decisions made by Ben Nicholson to work in an evolving practice and a material relationship to surface and color. But I would look at photography, and there was very little example of that. So that was a problem. But through chance, you know, my childcare was, I was put in a dark room, and my father was a photographer. And so I saw this transformative thing going on with mundane photographic subject matter, where prints were being made in a dark room of social functions, weddings, things like that. And I was, you know, as I got older, as I had to spend my summer in there, I would be processing sheets of paper and mixing the chemistry and all of that. And so I became aware of this magical material, photographic paper and chemistry and light. And if that hadn't happened, I probably would have been somebody else. So I had this interest in materiality, contemporary art, and then I kind of met artists who dealt with a practice which was mainly conceptual artists that use photography. So all of this is when I'm like doing my O levels and A levels and so on. So I see that there are people like Hamish Fulton, whose work I'm seeing in 1972, 73, who just has made a life around walking into the world and then bringing something back. And other people like that. I'll just finish in a sec. There was, I saw a show with 4 people in, Richard Long, Hamish, and Philip Bichon and Marie Yates. And the 2 women were the most important in the exhibition. Philip Bichon's completely disappeared. And it was her kind of post-graduation work that had been picked up and was put in this show called On Land. And Marie Yates was teaching in Falmouth, and she is a really important artist, called a land artist, from that kind of late 60s, early 70s period, who now would be in her late 70s, 80s, and is beginning to get some attention. Her work was really significant. So I saw these 4 people who had made a way of life around being within the landscape, and they all used photography. And it wasn't the kind of documentary school of photography, which was all that existed in 1973. And it was all in black and white as well, whereas Philip Bichon was in colour, and so was Marie Yates. Richard Long and Hamish were in black and white. So there was truth to that. And then love is just, you know, that's, so for some reason I knew that one has just had to give oneself to the world. And if you made yourself vulnerable to possibilities, things would happen. And if you didn't and closed down, they wouldn't. Yeah. So is that an answer?
That's a great answer.
Great.
Thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
We're up and rolling.
I want to talk a bit about the act of making and how far the act of making is itself
Sorry.
an act of love. So both of you, your work requires profound attention and attention to the subject, to making, to the light, to the dark. And I wonder how far the attention that you devote is in itself an act of love in the making.
Yes. It's a reverence. It's an absolute reverence to humanity. Huge responsibility as a creative.
So your attention to your often the people you work with are vulnerable.
But I think I'm vulnerable. And I think we're all vulnerable, actually. And so how I understand the work is how I go towards it. You know, it's like that whole that non-separateness is like, how do I go towards life? You know, with integrity, with love, with reverence. Making work is hugely humbling, you know, particularly the work in the garden revealed that to me. Because it was it was a powerful process making the last body of work, where I was going through a very critical time personally, and you know, on the floor with it. And so the act of making work was a portal into my history, into humanity. It was kind of, it was my teacher.
Work was your teacher.
The work was my teacher. So the more that I kind of relinquished authority, relinquished holding the reins on the work just showed me. So the deeper that I've got into my life, I have to do less. You know, it's not about doing anymore. It's about presence. And so over the course of making that work, the more I actually I became deeply spiritual in making that work. You know, I've spent years in monasteries, but actually I developed a very strong faith in God in the making of this work. And so the whole of this, and actually making the work with my son, oh my God, you know, it took me so deeply into love and to my history in a way. Anyway, that's another story. But making work. You know, it was just about prayer. So when the people came to my garden to be photographed, there was absolutely nothing to do. The whole space, the whole process, working in that garden, you know, 9 months of the year over 3 years, from sunrise to sunset. It wasn't chucking a packet of seeds in the garden. And so that was the work. It was about prayer.
What's the question again?
The question was the making of your work, the attention to place, to materials, to the light, to the dark in your case. Is that in itself an act of love?
From waking up to going to bed. Is that so kind of my life? I mean, so Charlotte, this is, well, you know, we didn't know what we're going to, how where is this going to go. So for me, the privilege of my life is that I have a lot of control over my life because of the choices I've made. The choices I've made, and I think I should structure my life from when the sun rises to when the sun sets. And so it means I'm choosing to place myself out of time, this time that most people live in, but within the time of the people that lived in the place I live on Dartmoor, the place I call the Crucible. So in the Crucible, the people I'm closest to are the people that were there 2,000, 3,000 years ago, who were creating a way of life, structures and ideas, which I inhabit as I walk through this place. You know, the remains of these people's lives, their homes, and the kind of interventions in the landscape to create spaces where they would gather and passageways they would walk and things like that. So I feel kind of close to those people who would have seen the sunrise out of Lyme Bay, across the moor and set to the west. And yeah, so that's really important. Every minute between those 2 points is really critical. Then the night when you sleep is really important. And I think, we're going to run out of time with these rambling answers, but I think I see it all as exposure. So I've got about probably 4 or 5 ideas, which is my practice, and the notion of exposure is fundamental. So life is an exposure, and every bit of sunlight that touches me is part of the exposure, which has made me. So this is on me, and it's through my eyes and inside my head. So everything is contained here. And then the darkroom activity is trying to bring out me, the things that I've seen or felt or given my total attention to. And I just go back and back to the same places forever and ever. And I know if I believe that, things will be seen. So it's an act of faith. I mean, there's a lot of religious stuff Sean was saying, but to me, the whole of this is an integral life. It's integrity, and it's having a belief that if I expose myself to these possibilities, something will happen, and that has been what has happened. And that has been my life, my career, the pictures I've made. Yeah, and so everyone should be given the opportunity to live like this, but the world isn't built like that. So yeah, so that's a responsibility I have, I think, to try and make something of the chance I've been given to live that kind of life.
Created that for yourself as well. You made a decision to have that life.
Yeah. So part of my value is to say, if I can do it, everyone can do it. And the people I met in my life showed me that was possible. So I hope people that have come into contact with my work in my life believe this could be their life, particularly young people. My life was changed when I was young, and I was given a chance to escape from the life I had, which was a kind of mainstream suburban life. That wasn't the point of being alive. I had to find a way to be free.
And yet you have made work within the containment of your life. And your work and your life are almost the same thing.
Yeah.
So your work.
Yeah, but so is mine. Yeah. So for me, my life, so I've lived in the place called the Crucible in my home for, I don't know, 37 years, and I've made the pictures, but the home I've made and the garden that we've made, and the woodland we've cared for, and the children we've had, and the domesticity of day-to-day life is what's allowed all the pictures to exist. So I could only make this work if I lived in this way, and so my family and the daily actions, the making of cakes and all of these things, making a garden, are as important as all the pictures I've ever made. And that's the practice, really, is all of it. So I'm going to do an exhibition about the garden soon. Sean's got the garden.
The garden.
I'm doing our garden. And it's trying to help people understand that the pictures come from somewhere which is just real, like a teapot. It's not.
It's about place then as well.
I think about place. It's commitment to place. Yeah.
I think, and in your case, very specifically, this garden which you share with us.
Yes.
As a stage for.
Oh yes, my garden, my sitting room.
Yes, your early work about Alice is all within your house. And
I think also, actually, as a mother, particularly with having a child with Down syndrome, my youngest, it really does, it's a discipline But actually, putting that aside, I kind of didn't think about it. The work I needed to make was just present and in front of me. And so as I kind of went through the different rooms in the house, I just turned to my back garden. So now I'm done with all the rooms in my house in the back garden. It's finished. So,
Where?
Yes,
where-
Sian says she's never
I'm
picking
not
up
doing
her
any more
camera
pictures.
again.
No, but you're
I
going to
don't believe that.
You're going to go to a new level of consciousness now.
I am. I'm in that consciousness now,
Yeah,
Gary.
yeah. So in my sense, I'm always trying to be in a new level of consciousness. And so the questions you gave about abstraction and so on, and light. I mean, so I mean, these pictures going back and forward up here, we've got the kind of plant-based work, all of which comes out of making a garden. So I have a kind of relationship to nature through that. And then the other work is my experience of new levels, of different states of consciousness, which I experience through my walks in the crucible. So, and the pictures I'm making are trying to embody these experiences. So, vulnerability is on your thing. Yeah, vulnerability is critical.
It's critical.
Yeah,
Both of
yeah.
you.
So what I'm trying to do is be completely open. The possibility of something intense happening, and some days it does, and most of the time it doesn't. But I always have to be in a state where that could be the case, and I'll perceive or sense something, or something will appear that I believe I'm going to see one day, and it does make itself visible. Some light phenomenon occurs, some weather event happens, and then I see a picture I've already made, or it becomes a picture I'll make, and it is like. So in the crucible, the most important place is the ridge of Hameldown. And so when you walk that, at particular times of year, you do feel you could walk into one of the pictures and you might not come out of it again. So it's the place of departure, and life might end at that moment, but it's a kind of transcendent place that you've ended in.
Or an invitation.
Well, it's perhaps like wherever Sian's reached. We'll have to talk about this when we're not here, but it's like being in that new level of consciousness. And do you need to make any more pictures once you've got there?
Is that what both of you are saying? Is you're now beyond making?
No. Well, I'm stopped making in the dark room.
I know, yes,
Yeah,
you're making.
yeah. But
We're in that. I mean, obviously,
there's what in it?
Humor.
there's
Oh,
humor. I mean,
humor's
that's
important.
obviously not how it is it? I mean, it's everything is a process and in progress, you know. So the fact that I've decided not to use my camera in that way anymore is because very simply I don't need to.
Will we use a camera again?
I'll use the camera again in other bits, but I won't be making non-form work anymore, because the camera kind of led me, and it just really led me back to connection. So this is, you know, this is about true love, isn't it? And
Yeah.
so I discovered true love through the making of the work. You know, I discover what it means to connect and what it means to not fear in the way that I did before, you know, as I don't feel myself. And
Sounds like healing.
I mean, it's extraordinary healing to make work, but it, yeah, it's extraordinary healing. I mean, I never really particularly understand what the work means until later on. I kind of make it up when people ask me, what does your work mean? And I'm just kind of rustling up a few ideas for people. And then as the consciousness comes through, and I'm like, that was what I was being asked to, you know, asked to work with. And now, you know, part of me feels very intact, and I feel as I go deeper into the work and more into embodiment. I mean, actually, nature showed me that, didn't it? I mean, nature showed me that, and yeah.
So as we're getting to 10:30, so what I think, you know, so Sian said that about the camera. So it would be easy to say, you know, I walked out of the dark room, that's now 5 years ago, and I've been probably more, well, bearing in mind I've been unwell, but I've been more active within the world in those 5 years than when I spent 35 years in the dark room. So
Was it liberating?
well, it meant that my practice was, for however many days that was, for, you know, 35, 40 years, every day I would go to the dark room pretty much every morning, and try and make pictures. And then, you know, that was years and years and years and years past. And so it was me in a dark space away from the world, you know, and you know, I was one of a small number of people whose life was this, and this was my life. Yeah, and it was intense and wonderful. But when I had to stop, it meant that space existed in a different way. So, and I think it's to do with true love. So I'd always collaborated in lots of ways with people, and now all of my practice is collaborative. So I'm able to make a whole new kind of work with many people, most of which I love. And together we're making something really special, which only exists because we work together. And it means for the people I work with, they get a chance to work in ways they'd never otherwise have. I can make work which I could never otherwise make without them. And I think together we can change the world more successfully than me on my own doing it. So the dark room, I'm liberated from the dark room, but I've got this huge body of work, all these exposures I've made, which become the objects we use and transform them into different mediums. And they exist in the world in a new way. So it's kind of making sense of my whole life with the time I've got left. And I make photographic work, but from the exposures, but I equally make, well, I'm making more work, which is textile based than probably I am photographic prints at the moment. So yeah, yeah.
You are right that we're slightly running out of time. So I'll finish with the one short question, because I'm sure there are going to be loads of questions. If love is a kind of truth, which it obviously is, just to finish with, what truth would you want your work to leave behind? Work will exist forever, and
It's
just love.
Right.
love.
Yeah.
Because it's the hardest, most, I mean, this is what we all struggle with, isn't it, on a daily basis? How you know, what kind of obscures the heart? Overcoming fear, you know, all the biggies. But this is the kind of daily struggle for all of us, not to adapt and to understand, you know, like when I gave up psychotherapy, I was seeing this Iranian acupuncturist, super spiritual guy, and he said, "Why are you a psychotherapist? You just talk about pictures." And he said, I said, "Oh, I need the money." He said, "The money will come. Commit to what you love." And so I did commit to what I love. I went home and said to my family, "I'm no longer a psychotherapist. I am now an artist." I burnt everything that day. It was a kind of transmission of love. You know, we get these little downloads on the way. I'm into the downloads in life, the signpost that kind of, because actually your soul just always wants to connect to love. It always does. It's the soul's mission to connect to humanity, and it's the artist's responsibility to lead us to connection and to love. That's what we're doing as artists, surely. That's our responsibility. If I'm going to leave anything behind, it's that. It's actually to resonate with love and to feel love.
So great answer, Sean. I think I think because, you know, I don't know how much longer I'll live. I know that my life was transformed by people I met. Some of them I met, some of them I just became aware of, and they gave me the confidence to believe I could live the life I have. And so a lot of the work I'm doing now is with people, you know, who are really important in, say, 1920, and they created a way of life, a practice, a body of work, lived in a certain way. And I guess probably that's what I'm interested in doing, is leaving the work and the kind of the narrative around it, you know, my home, the garden, all the walks, the books, an example, which will be meaningful to someone else who's looking for a way of living. And so I'm passing on what was given to me by the people that I found, who all lived these lives which were completely sound. You know, the values were right. They wouldn't conform. They wouldn't play the game, and they made great work, which was either valued at the time or subsequently it's become understood. And so I think probably that's what I would like. That's as important as any of the pictures, is leaving some kind of trace of a choice. Because I think it's more difficult to find people like that now. Yeah, that's my answer.
I think we should open it up for questions. Is that it's about the right time?
Yes.
Um,
Great questions are coming.
Can you hear me? Ooh,
yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Apologies in advance because I came in a little bit late, so I might have missed something, but I was hoping to hear a little bit more, Gary, about your notion of collaboration and how that extends into the work. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So if I'm not answering this in the right area, they want me to go, tell me. So, I think probably if I started, if I did it this way rather than talking before this time. So when I knew the darkroom was going to end, around 2005, 2006, you know, and it carried on for another 15 years. But when I knew the end was coming, the first really significant collaboration, which is to do with my work and the making of it in a different way, rather than collaborating with people to make something, an exhibition, a book, or whatever it is. I collaborated. I found the person who was the best, most skilled person in making color files from images. And I started working with him in 2009. He's called John Bolkin. And so he's like the master preparer of files to go to print for the highest quality books. And he existed in the transparency world and then had to move into the digital production world. And so he had this incredible base, and then he was able to transition into building digital files and so on. So I met him and we started working in 2009, and we made 4 pictures in a year. And, you know, when things were going well, we were making about 10 pictures a year, and I've made probably 200 of them with him now. So collaborating with John meant that I made a different kind of picture from the exposure, which without John, I couldn't have done. And so, you know, that was that is still an ongoing relationship. So that was the beginning, and then I wanted to work in different ways, and so yeah, I mean, because of, for example, Ethel Murray, a weaver, a really important weaver in the early 20th century. I wanted to work with textiles, and so I started working with the weavers in Dovecote Tapestry Studio. I made tapestry with them, in rugs with them. And then I kind of wanted to work with a different group of people. I like working with women, so most of the people I work with in textiles are women. So it has a whole different dynamic. So we have an exposure. I don't know if this is the way I meant to be answering. We have an exposure, an image I've made, and then as a group, we think about how could we make this exist in this different medium, in a different material. What's the way? And so they then deal with all the questions that there might be and discuss with me how we might do it. And we start doing tests and experiments. And there's a point where it's a collaboration. You just let it go, and it ends up wherever we've all taken it, rather than where I've told them it has to go. So that's an example. And then when I work with poets, you know, I'm doing a collaboration with Lavinia Greenlaw at the moment. So I send her a picture at the moment through the post. She receives it, has it for a period of however long it is. She sends me a poem back. I read the poem, and then I send her another picture. We never talk. And so at the moment, we're accumulating what will be a book made in this way. So that's a complete act of faith and love. You know, Lavinia I've worked with on other books. And for us, she's been in a bad car crash. You know, I've had a lot of health problems. And so it's a kind of way of us being in the world when we're damaged, which works in this way. When we don't see each other, we live, you know, on 2 different points in the country. So with musicians, I collaborate, you know, they make music to films I make. I'm going to do a collaboration with Sigur Rós at the Schwartzman Center here, where to one of their albums made into 360-degree sound, there's going to be the cover of the darkroom book made into a light projection running for the duration of the project. So I'm collaborating with a kind of lighting production company on that. So I'm trying to take the pictures into a much bigger world through collaboration and all the energy of all of us making something much bigger than my energy. Is that a collaboration answer? Yeah.
Great answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know we don't have long left, so I would love to hear Sian talk about, you talked about following the signposts and your responsibility as an artist to connect with love. And I would just love to hear you talk a bit more about that to end.
Signposts, I think we all know what they are really, but we just kind of need to we all experience them. And so I can, when I experience them, I just remember that moment, you know, whether it was when my friend opened up her catalogue in Brighton of the Louise Bourgeois retrospective, I can remember that moment. So it's kind of, you get led. These are leading moments where you just need to follow them. I've had many in my life. I'm just trying to think what they are on very little sleep. So hang on, what were they? You know, when I was just sitting in my friend's bedroom and struggling in my 20s, post 90s, partying like a maniac for too long. And she said, go to Samyeling. That's an option. It was a Buddhist monastery. And, you know, that led me into kind of 10 years of deep practice. At the moment, actually, I had a little moment when I was at the monastery sitting there and someone saying, I think I'm a Christian and I don't really belong here. And that really threw me. And of course, years later, I find myself going, you know, having this extraordinary relationship with Christianity and Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism. So that's what I mean. These just kind of extraordinary downloads where you have no choice, actually. So I'm writing a book at the moment about creativity, why we need it. It's a political act, isn't it, creativity? I'm deeply political. And so there's kind of my sense is the book's already been written for me. I just have to wait for it to kind of just to get the full download. That's what I feel about it. What was your other question? Yeah. Well, as I said, it just underpins everything I do. It's my, you know, it's the path back to reconnection, back to embodiment. And, you know, particularly now, more than ever, people, obviously, we know that people are increasingly disenfranchised and lacking agency. The more that we just clear what obscures the heart. It's, you know, it's a personal practice that we all need to do. We can't hand it over to other people. We can't hope that it gets done. It's a kind of, it's a life's work. And it's the big one, isn't it, love? It's just massive. You know, I run this thing called the creative body process, and the whole process actually is about realignment. And I watch people over those 5 days on the floor, just weeping and crying because actually they've been avoiding themselves for too damn long. And actually, you know, society set up to actually not look anymore. You know, they're trying to distract us, aren't they? Big time at the moment. So when we come when we stop adapting, wow, it's just crazy. But actually, when we're realigned and when we're back home, nothing feels better than that. But it's odd.
So that's why I love Sean. I agree with everything Sean said. And up there just now, there was a picture of Alice on the stile. So that is a really important picture, I think. How old was Alice when she was on the stile?
3, I think.
Yeah.
Probably about 3 or 4.
So,
3.
so
Yeah.
there must be probably one more question, but I met Sean for the first time with a group of people who came to my studio. But I remember talking to Sean for the first time in a field just below Manhattan Rocks. And, you know, I spoke to, not for very long, I spoke to Sean and I thought, yeah, Sean's special. There were these other students, they were all interesting as well. But, you know, I thought, Sean, yeah.
Was the best.
No, you weren't the best, you were special.
Most special.
And then that was that. And then the book appeared. And that's when Alice appeared to the world, and Sean appeared to the world in a sense. And Alice was the cover of the book, and it was just such a really significant picture. And it is now after all this time. And I was really pleased that you put it in the group of when we were asked to have 10 images, and that picture appeared. And, you know, I've never met Alice. You know, I go to the house, but Alice is at school or whatever. So I've never met, and she's a big young woman now.
Alice is full of love.
Yeah. And, you know, but that picture's such an important picture, Sean. And that must have been a breakthrough. Do you not think when you?
Well, yes. I mean, you know, Alice's big value in my life because she's actually shaped my work. Because as we know, this we're trying to screen these children out.
Mm.
You know, these children are light workers. Light workers, and you know what? She embodies love fearlessly. Fearlessly. I mean, it's extraordinary being around this fearless, embodied child who just, you know, when we go, I always take her into town on a Saturday and she leads the way, and she's fearlessly kind of, she walks up to people and she shares how she feels about them. She connects everyone in her landscape. And you know, she just reminds me at times how far away I've become from connection.
So what about
Gary? I'm really sorry. We've got 2 questions online.
all right, sorry.
Is that okay if we
Yeah, yeah, please go.
Okay, thanks.
First question we have online is, where does conflict, anguish, and complication fit within the idea of true love, and how should we attempt to grapple with these things?
That's the rest of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's coming up.
But it's all of it, isn't it? I mean, that's all that territory is the work that we have to process in order to connect. That's it. It's actually quite Zen, really, in many ways. But it takes commitment and intentionality and a willingness to want to do the work. And I think as human beings, we are actually, we are programmed to do the work. And we know when we go off piece because it hurts, don't we? It just really hurts. And when we start going back into realignment, it hurts a bit less and we connect and we feel a bit more joy. And as we get older, one might hope that process, it's quicker to get back on the path again. And when you're back on the path, as you know, the path is always there. It just was waiting for us to get back on again. So as we kind of will leave one crappy relationship or one situation, it's like, oh, you know. So the work is every situation that's problematic is your teacher. So my work is my teacher. My children are my teachers. So as I said in the beginning of this conversation, there is no separation. There's just, that's it. It's just the process back to love. And everything is one. That's it.
I'm not going to answer that one. Should we have the next question on online, as the rest of the day we'll deal with the aggressors and
Yes, the final question is from someone called Christine. And she also wants to share with you, Gary, that your creative body process has changed her life. So thank you for that. But the final question that she has is, how important is place, instinct, and trust in each of your creative processes?
Can I go on that one? Sean's done a lot of revelation. Yeah.
You talked place,
Yeah,
didn't you?
yeah. But you have to find your place. For me, that's fundamental. If I hadn't found my place, I would be struggling with life. And then I just committed my life to it, and it hasn't let me down. And I'm dysfunctional if I'm not in the place. So, you know, I've really cut myself off from the world and my place, and it won't let me down. And it has all the history of my life in it, you know, so I couldn't exist elsewhere. What do you think? Where should we go? Is that enough on that one? You're going to probably want to wrap up.
Do we have to stop? That's the question.
We've still got 5 minutes.
Oh, 5 minutes. Yeah.
So I think trust is very interesting. Darkroom process, instinct and trust.
Yeah. Yeah. So going into the darkroom is it's monastic practice, and really, unless I was down a tin mine or a coal mine, you know, I just don't know who any, you know, apart from nuns. I mean, I used to hang out with nuns and such like, you know, in the late 70s. No, late 80s. Not in the way Sean got involved in monasteries and such like. I just kind of came under the wing of the nuns at Quiddenham. So I used to kind of spend time with them through Sister Wendy Beckett, who kind of called me to her. So I had this wonderfully weird, eccentric Alan Bennett type relationship with Wendy Beckett. But these nuns lived a life where they would take themselves away in the way I take myself away into the dark room. And there was a period that I would sit in the dark room for hours while the exposure happened. And I kind of hoodwinked myself to think I had to be present, make the magic happen during the exposure. And then, of course, I woke up and realized it would be better if I was in the world while the exposure was happening for 7 hours and went out in the world to change it in some physical act. And the exposure was still going to be happening. And then I'd go back and then we'd do the next thing. So suddenly I could do multiple things.
It's about trust in a way.
Well, yeah, but it's something about it. So in the dark room, I believe that me, the beam of light, and the materials will bring something into the world, and we're all collaborating together. And if I do this and I do that, possibly this might happen. And then whatever happens, I look at it and then I learn from that. So it's as if I'm part of a collaborative process, which is to do with energy. And that's what the magic of photography is. To bring us back to truth of photography, you know, I was so fortunate through chance. I knew that there was this incredible material that we'd made, light sensitive paper and chemistry, which could allow something to exist in the world which had never been there before. And so that's why I've committed myself to photography, when it's not necessarily easy to become an artist, particularly if you start out in the mid-70s using photography, because the art world doesn't value it and doesn't understand it. They don't understand how photographs are made. They know how a painting's made. So it's a kind of struggle. But I knew that photography, used correctly, the materials of photography were the equal of any sculptural material. And so it hasn't let me down, you know, and that's part of, I think, what my role's been, is to show that photography should be valued, the materials of photography should be valued just as much as clay or any of these materials. And that's still the problem of photography, is I don't think people understand its materiality, which is what you're going to talk about, isn't it? Yeah, so we have the master coming in a moment on this, Jeff.
I think we won't, do we have time for Sean to answer the, yeah, will you just, our last few seconds, just to answer that question about trust. I mean, I think we've talked about place, but about trust and instinct.
I always get slightly confused about these questions, sorry. So trust and instinct, I have no idea really.
They're just words.
I mean, they are just words. I think trust, again, it's not separate to all the other philosophical kind of issues, existential issues I've been kind of sharing, been talking about. trust, it's learned, isn't it? It doesn't come. Don't. We have to be brave enough to trust.
And trust in the process of taking photographs, and trust in the mistakes, and trust in the outcomes.
I just think it's kind of, I always trust. I think I always just trusted the process because I was driven by my heart.
Which brings us neatly back.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
love.
I just let my heart lead me, and everything else seemed to kind of unravel around that. But my work was never conceptually driven. It was never driven by ambition. It was only driven by vision. Led by vision, then I don't think.
Thank you both very, very much. I think this is an incredibly sort of very beautiful and positive way to start the day, talking about love and truth and those important things which we may remove ourselves from a little bit later.
Yeah, you'll get into all that anguish.
The anguish.
And the horrible behaviour of people, which photography has to reveal and confront us with.
Indeed.
And thank you to all the people who deal with that, because so I'm really grateful.
Thank you both very much indeed.
It just might take you a minute to find one. So please find a seat. Came in a bit late. Got some seats right at the front as well in this second row here if anyone needs to grab one. Okay. Okay, so thanks everyone. I'm Sam Maguire. I'm a trustee of Photo Oxford, and I had the pleasure of organising today's symposium with Katie and with many of our other trustees. I'm delighted to introduce our second session with Geoffrey Batchen, Professor of History of Art at Trinity College, Oxford. Professor Batchen is a specialist in the history of photography. His publications include Emanations, the Art of the Cameraless Photograph, Apparitions, Photography and Dissemination, and Negative Positive, A History of Photography. Photo Oxford exhibition, curated with Katie Barron and Isabel Gregory, is titled Surface Tension, Photography, Truth, Materiality. The exhibition is currently on display at Kendrew Barn at St John's College, and today's paper shares its title with the exhibition.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me to talk today. So the subject of my talk is a modest little exhibition currently on display at the Barn at St John's College, accessible from St Giles from between 12 and 5 today, 12 and 5 tomorrow, 12 and 5 on Sunday, because I know you're all going to want to rush out after this talk and see it for yourself. The exhibition was co-curated by myself, by Katie Barron, director of the Photo Oxford Festival, and by Isabel Gregory, a BA student at St John's College, specialising in history of art. When we think of what makes a photograph truthful, we usually think of an image like this one by the American photographer Weegee. Dated 1941 and cynically titled Their First Murder, it appears to be transparent to the world it depicts, and that sense of direct access to some action or incident caught in an instantaneous moment of exposure adds to the photograph's presumed veracity and power to persuade. In contrast, the Surface Tension exhibition features work by artists that reflects on or creatively exploits the peculiarities of photography's various material substrates. That work invites us to look through the photograph to its recording of a moment from the past, even while drawing our eyes back to the photograph's surface and the exigencies of its existence in the present. These are works that make us look at the photograph as much as through, reminding us that photographs are both objects and windows. In complicating photography's transparency and its usual referential and temporal conventions, such photographs also cast doubt on the medium's traditional claims. They highlight photography's artifice. They make us question what we see and what we know. They make us ask what is true and what is not. They make us think about photography and about the world that photography claims to depict. As the American critic Max Kozloff once wrote, confronting such art, one is asked to judge but cannot resolve the conflict between the transparency of the photographic record and the way it has been undermined in such a fashion as to stress its object-like character. The exhibition explores whether such an irresolution might allow these kinds of photograph to offer us different kinds of truths, including about the photographic medium itself. Take this photograph, for example. It is representative of the kind of press prints that were used by newspapers from the 1920s through the 1940s. As you can see, the original gelatin silver photograph has been drawn on and painted over to indicate where it should be cropped in reproduction and to erase distracting visual information. None of this would show up in the newspaper where it was destined to be published, appearing there in grainy black and white. This woman, Marilyn Miller, was one of the most popular Broadway musical stars of the 1920s and early 1930s, being renowned as a tap dancer, singer, and actress. The photograph was taken in Hollywood, California in 1931, when she was just 33, perhaps to promote her appearance in the film Her Majesty, Love, in which she co-starred with W.C. Fields. As you can see, the addition of paint creates a strangely hybrid kind of photograph in which transparency and opacity fight for our attention. That tension is exacerbated by the different temporal registers at play on its surface, from the instant of exposure that captured Ms. Miller's face to the later extended time someone spent applying pigment by hand to the shiny surface of the print, rendering parts of it matte and painterly. This is a working print, a press print, and those tensions would have been ameliorated in the newspaper reproduction of this image, where all these distinctions were subsumed to a single, homogeneous, monochrome aesthetic. The back of this particular photograph bears the traces of its frequent use in the press, being reproduced again in 1932 and 1933 to illustrate reports about Miller's turbulent romantic life, and in 1936 to accompany a story about her sudden death at the age of 38 after nasal surgery. Used as a publicity image to promote her appearance in a play titled The Climax, presented at the Bijou Theatre on Broadway in 1933, this photograph of 29-year-old vaudeville actress Norma Terrace has again been painted to accentuate her head and erase any distracting background information. Known for her impersonations of popular public figures in musical theatre, this photograph is itself a kind of impersonation, Terrace's appearance having been considerably modified. A newspaper clipping glued to the back of the photograph reveals how it looked in reproduction, complete with some Art Deco framing lines that were added to the photograph's surface. Comparison of photograph and newspaper clipping demonstrates the transformation already described, although the clipping has been further marked by the addition of a date stamp across its surface. See, these are hybrid objects indeed. Photographs of writers as well as actors were given this kind of treatment. First circulated in April 1926, this photograph of the author Anita Loos was used to promote the opening of her play, Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, in Detroit in that month. The surface of the photograph, taken by her friend, the celebrity portraitist Nicholas Murray, has been extensively reworked to emphasize the shape of her head and its fashionably modern haircut. If you look at the print, the hair itself has been painted in, leaving its surface covered in dashes of paint, arrows, crosses, and numbers. The end result is a photographic object that erases as much as it reveals its subject. The same photograph was reused many times, accompanying stories about Luce that appeared in a number of outlets. As before, the extensive manipulation of the photograph is rendered invisible in its reproduction, merging artifice with realism in the interest of presenting an idealized promotional image. This photograph, once again accentuated with paint and drawn lines, portrays George Hubert Wilkins, one of the most extraordinary Australians of the 20th century. I'm from Australia, you probably noticed from the accent. Having developed a keen interest in photography and cinematography as a student in Adelaide, Wilkins learned to fly and to take aerial photographs. In 1912, he travelled to Europe to report on the Balkan War, becoming the first person to take motion pictures in the front line of a war zone. He's one of Gary's warriors that he mentioned a moment ago. In July 1917, Wilkins was appointed as an official photographer with the Australian Imperial Forces, and he reached the Western Front in France in time to photograph the Australians during the Passchendaele campaign. In later life, Wilkins set out to explore the Arctic and Antarctic by air, and he flew from Alaska to Norway, for which he was knighted. In 1931, he unsuccessfully attempted to take a First World War submarine, the Nautilus, under the Arctic ice to the North Pole. So, kind of interesting character. Also, by the way, he believed in telepathy, and while he was under the North Pole, he sent thought messages back to a friend who noted them down in London, and they published a book of them. But this is an interesting guy. The marking up of this press print, which was made in 1929, indicates how it should be reproduced. But when it's seen like this, results in an unstable and circumscribed object that casts doubt on its own authenticity, and therefore also on the authenticity of the portrait that it carries. Here is a view of Wilkins and his assistant, Sergeant William Joyce, at work on the Western Front in 1918 during the First World War. It allows me to build a segue to another photograph by Wilkins that appears in the Surface Tension exhibition. This one. The photograph that you're looking at here is based on one of the negatives that Wilkins made on the Western Front, but it wasn't printed by him. How then did it all come to be made? While he was working on the front, Wilkins exposed this half-plate glass negative that is now in the collection of the Australian War Memorial in Canberra. The raw digital version of this negative shows an Australian artillery battery in action at Clery-sur-Somme in September of 1918, probably shelling Péronne and the German retreat after the taking of Mont-Saint-Quentin. A fingerprint is visible in the upper right corner, as are blemishes in the emulsion on the plate. Based on this positive reproduction, it is not one of the better quality negatives in the museum's collection. Indeed, it looks like it was taken and developed in a hurry. Wilkins preferred to use a compact Thornton Pickard half-plate camera when he was on the move and near the front, as in the kind of situation recorded here. It's likely that he would have been accompanied by Joyce, as two operators were often necessary when using glass plate cameras in battle. Before I go off this slide, just notice the amount of foreground landscape in the photograph and the minimal amount of sky and the complete absence of smoke or halation in the muzzles of the guns, because all of that is going to change. Extreme foreground, in fact, is an unfocused blur, and the artillery and soldiers have been shot from below ground, suggesting that the photographers were crouched in a trench or other depression for safety's sake. This was obviously wise, as this is an artillery piece in operation, and it may well be shelled in its turn. Nevertheless, as I said, no smoke is issuing from the muzzles of the guns. As a consequence of this point of view, the earth between the camera and the artillery takes up as much as 2/3 of the composition. From March, April until November 1919, after the cessation of hostilities, Wilkins worked at the photographic section at Horse Ferry Road, London, cataloguing the Australian official war photographs, many of which he had taken himself. It was there that he would have met a commercial photographer from Sydney named Cecil Bostock, Bostock having been an artillery officer at the front who was then seconded to this photographic lab in London after the end of the hostilities. Let's imagine this scenario for a moment. Bostock, who'd been serving, as I say, on the Western Front, had been assigned to the photographic section in London after the war, and he gets to look at the negatives taken by Wilkins. Bostock would surely have been interested to see a picture of someone just like himself, an artillery officer, in action at the front, an exceedingly rare photographic image. Could this even have been a photograph of Bostock himself and his own crew working their gun? Looking at their respective diaries, it's at least possible. Seeing the negative as either an actual or surrogate portrait of himself, Bostock persuades Wilkins to let him make an art photograph from that negative. Wilkins agrees and is duly credited as the taker of the negative when the photograph is reproduced in London in Photograms of the Year 1919, as you can see. Bostock composes a poetic title to accompany this reproduction: Day breaks, cold, shrieking, and bloody, adding quotation marks to signify its oral sensibility. He also brings to the activity of printing his considerable experience as a pictorialist photographer, skills honed in Sydney before he had enlisted. This activity entailed a transformation from a poor negative to an exhibitable art photograph. A standing soldier has been removed and replaced with a bending figure. Also removed is a jerry can that had marred the profile of the gun on the right. That right-hand gun has even been magically moved closer to the main group of figures. The earth in the foreground is now a narrow strip of blackness, while the skies become the composition's dominant form. All these elements are being reworked with paint and the figures and weapons printed in as emblematic silhouettes against a background of glowering sublimity. To achieve all this, Bostock may have made a copy negative of Wilkins' exposure as a first step in an extended printing process. What we see in this exhibition print is a positive version of a negative taken of a painted montage, possibly incorporating a separate photograph of a cloudy sky, produced as the end result of a number of additions, deletions, and other creative maneuvers conducted in the darkroom. In other words, the photograph has been extensively worked in the adventurous spirit of pictorialism to enhance the look of the final print. This makes the whiteness of the smoke pouring from the muzzles of the two central guns all the more striking and infers that they've just been fired. But this photograph is intended to be an allegorical rather than a documentary work of art is underlined by its multisensory title, physically conjuring the experience of war in terms of time, day breaks, sensation, cold, sound, shrieking, and outcome, bloody. The framing quotation marks around these words and the spaces between each of them, gives them an emphatic oral rhythm, like a shorthand version of a poem by fellow soldier Wilfred Owen. In that same spirit, the painterly adumbration of this photograph's appearance seeks to convey in visual terms the synesthesia of its title, harnessing image and text in an exchange that immerses us in the elemental misery of war as experienced by a soldier in the field. The end result is an object that encourages us to feel, rather than to see, the harsh reality of war. It offers, as one commentator suggested at the time, an emotional vision of that reality. The inference is that we feel more if we see less, and that feeling, rather than knowing, is the optimal way of representing the psychological trauma that is the inevitable outcome of armed conflict. Using his darkroom as a creative space, Bostock chose to employ the conventions of pictorialism, create a visual cipher that merges the truth claims of a photograph with the dramatic artifice of the graphic arts and the sonic resonance of poetry. Integrated combination of media allows him to bring Wilkins' rather static negative to dynamic life, to capture the guns in action, but also to steep that action in an enveloping emotional fog. By rendering this photograph different from itself, Bostock's strategic act of reproduction confronts the impossibility of representing the experience of war except through evocation and abstraction. That is, through a denial of the very fidelity to reality that has otherwise made photography such a powerful phenomenon within modern culture. See then why this print deserves to be in an exhibition devoted to surface tension. The materiality and objectness of photographs is nowhere more apparent, though, than with daguerreotypes, featuring an image exposed on a sheet of silvered copper that, because of that image's fragility, are often bound within a leather case and covered by a sheet of glass. The earliest daguerreotypes are steely grey in appearance, but in 1842, English daguerreotype portraits began to be dipped in an extra solution of gold chloride. This innovation had been introduced in France by Armand Fizeau in August of 1840 to make the image less susceptible to damage, to heighten the tonal contrasts, and to provide a warmer hue. However, when this technique was first introduced into the photographic process, plates were sometimes overexposed to heavy gold chloride concentrations. The result were gold-toned portraits like this one by the Beard Studio in London, a glowing image that looks as if the woman depicted here has been touched by King Midas. Or how about this French example? A victim of a relatively long exposure time, this man, a teacher known today only as Francois, has been photographed with his eyes closed, an outcome that would normally be regarded as a failed attempt at portraiture. It's interesting then that this particular failure has been carefully matted and kept for posterity. The daguerreotype was accidentally overexposed to light during the shoot, resulting in its solarization. This explains the strange accentuation of the man's body, a consequence of the overlap of his negative and positive cells, and also the chemical blue tint that gives this daguerreotype silver surface an unexpected coloration. Also unplanned is the contrast between the horizontal bands on his vest and the thin vertical stripes of the cloth that hangs behind him. Blinding him to the passing of time, photography has granted Francois both an unworldly appearance and a very contemporary pictorial presence. Contemporary artists, including Indigenous Australian artist James Tyler, also use the daguerreotype process when it suits their purposes. Designed to conjure the eternal present of Indigenous occupation, Tyler's daguerreotypes offer a simultaneity of then and now that problematizes this same distinction. It manages to achieve this temporal convolution by combining digital media and daguerreotypes and a conceptual art practice with a pictorial one. Posing as benign landscapes, Tyler's photographs are in fact potent time machines. This series focuses on locations where Aboriginal people were murdered by European settlers during the 19th century, a tragically common occurrence. The artist has then scratched out the site of those deaths, obliterating the surface of the daguerreotype, and thereby reenacting an historical act of violence in contemporary pictorial terms. In this case, the work commemorates a tragic incident that occurred on Kata Pittingar, Kangaroo Island in South Australia. The blue tint, a side effect once again of the process uses the Becquerel process of daguerreotyping, adds a suitably melancholic tone. Rejecting nostalgia for its own sake, in Tyler's work, the past is summoned via strategic use of contemporary means, all in order to induce us to imagine, perhaps, a different kind of future. Tyler's not the only artist, though, to scratch his photographs for strategic purposes. In the early 1970s, the American artist Tom Barrow used an ice pick and then a paper clip that he'd unfolded to score through his negatives to make a series of prints that he exhibited under the title Cancellations. This particular example is composed as an ironic homage to Paula, a celebrated 1889 exposure by Alfred Stieglitz. Stieglitz's photograph shows a side view of his lover of the time when he was living in Germany, showing her in the process of writing a letter, with more of Stieglitz's photographs of her pinned to the wall behind. That wall is striated with slanting light from the window on the left. Barrow's print similarly records an array of Barrow's own earlier photographs, again patterned by slanting light. Those slants have been cancelled by a series of scratches the artist has made across his negative, using, as I say, one end of an unbent paperclip to create a series of X's across the print surface. This violent action has visibly desecrated both this photograph and, more importantly, the fine print tradition imposed on American photography by artists like Stieglitz and atoms, the tradition of Barrow, of course, inherited in the 1960s, 70s. It also means that you are forced to think of the negative as an active part of this photograph's identity, a part usually suppressed in our consciousness of the photographic act. It's a photograph intended to make you wince, if that is, you are a lover of photography. Wince, and to think again about photography's presumed role as a faithful servant of the documentary tradition. Here is a photograph made by the Australian artist Justine Varga, entitled Cerebration, that has been scarred in another way and for a different purpose. In many respects, it is a work that rethinks the very nature of the photographic document. It comes from a series of photographs that the artist printed in 2015-2016, which set out to record aspects of her lived experience of space and time. In this case, for example, Varga placed a sheet of film, a film negative, across the outside of her studio windowsill, exposing it to rain and other weather, as well as to scuffs and scratches and months of exposure to light. This negative is then being printed at large scale and in vivid color, as you can see. In the case of Cerebration, Varga made a work that recalls a 19th century genre of photography called photographs. Inspired by Röntgen's discovery of X-rays in the later 19th century, experimenters have speculated about the possibility of photographically recording equally phantasmagorical radiations not yet recognized by official science. A retired French soldier named Louis Darguet took to strapping unexposed photographic plates to people's foreheads, especially his wife's, long-suffering woman that she no doubt was, and he claimed that the resulting photographs had captured evidence of what he called V-rays, human radioactivity, or even more directly, the visible impressions of dreams or thoughts. Conceived as scientific experiments, these photographs come with Darguet's handwritten inscriptions describing his method and helpfully interpreting the otherwise abstract imagery his process has produced. For example, photograph of thought, planet, and satellite, whereas the one on the left, as you can see, of an eagle. More recently, in the 1950s and 60s, the Chicago-based psychic Ted Serios claimed to be able to record his thoughts on Polaroid film by pressing the camera to his head via a paper tube and making an exposure, like this one. Varga's practice extends this kind of thinking about photography into the present. To make Cerebration, the artist cut out a piece of some negative sheet film and sent it to an absent loved one, in fact, to myself. I then put the piece of film onto my head and thought of her. I was in New Zealand, she was in Australia. And then I posted it back to her. And once she received the piece of negative film, she did the same on her end. Stuck back together, the restored negative is used to generate an enlarged color print, complete with all the signs of cutting and pasting and extended exposure that enabled its unusual production. A collaborative effort, in a way. This photograph gives visual form to a particular relationship between two people, even while critically interrogating the evidential capacities of the medium of photography. It provides not a truth to appearance, but a truth to presence, thereby foregrounding what, for Roland Barthes, was the essence of the photographic experience. There are 27 works on display in the Surface Tension exhibition, too many for all to be discussed in this short presentation. Hopefully, you will be inspired to go and see the rest for yourself. But I would like to say something about the work of another Australian artist in the exhibition, this one made by Anne Ferren in 1985 as part of a 13-photograph series that she titled Carnal Knowledge. The series features various configurations of 3 adolescent girls, including the artist's own daughter, who seem, despite their relaxed demeanor, to have been turned into rusticated relief carvings. Made by layering one negative over another, adding the texture of stone to young women's smooth skin, the work collapses the distinction between photography and sculpture and between transparency and opacity. When shown as a full series, the work included a text panel with its words lifted from the French philosopher Luce Irigaray, having been photographically inscribed over stone grain. As this text declares, I too want to suggest something of the unspeakable of feminine desire, to allege that Oedipus is not the end of the story, however useful such an ending may be in ensuring that subjects are put in their places and in the order of the familial and with the order of the familial preserved. The space which has to be traversed is that of language, desire, the body, and knowledge in blindness. Indeed, the work poses the question of what kind of knowledge can be derived from this or any photograph. In this particular print, one young woman even hovers on the verge of visual dissolution. These women seem to acknowledge our existence, sometimes looking out and into our eyes, but in other cases they seem lost in a world of their own, a dream world in which the classical past and contemporary life are equally implicated. They laugh silently at our frustrated attempt to capture their specificity, like so many mermaids glimpsed at the bottom of a rippling, impenetrable sea. Then there is that provocative title, Carnal Knowledge. As Ferren has said, the series title is meant to suggest transgression, and I quote from her. It doesn't want to know about the sanitation scheme that goes by the name of motherhood. It wants to suggest both the sexual body and knowledge in one breath, because to do so is to call up simultaneously other discourses, medical, education, legal, around sexuality and the female body in particular. Strategy is to elude that fixity, that certainty that always contains the representation of woman. It could well be said that the Surface Tension exhibition similarly wants to present examples of photography that elude fixity and certainty, that make us ponder the formation of truth and photography's role in presenting it to us. By stressing the materiality and extended duration of their own production, the exhibition's photographs refuse to give themselves over to either transparency or instantaneity, both attributes of those photographs usually associated with telling us the truth. But there are many truths to be told, including ones about the nature of photography itself. On behalf of my co-curators, I invite you to visit the exhibition for yourself and seek out some of those other truths. Thank you for listening. Sam will now orchestrate some exciting questions. I'm happy to stand if you like, but whatever you prefer. Mic holders get quite a lot of exercise during these events. Back to your first. Yeah.
Because you didn't really comment on it. You said this was a kind of, what shall I say, gold standard of objectivity and truth. Could you say something about
I would say
that notion of truth
it's
in
a
Luigi?
typical example of the kind of photograph that we normally associate with those qualities. Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
That's right. But I mean, how is there a subjective truth in there? Can you say something about the observer and the participant and how?
What I have always enjoyed about this photograph is the cynicism of its title, Their First Murder, which of course implies that he's seen quite a few of them, and this is sort of the response of these kids to seeing a dead body on the street. They just saw somebody it was a mob hit in front of them, and they had just seen the body being killed, this person being killed, and so they're full of this sort of tumult of excessive emotion. And Ouija is a good enough photographer to be up and close and to recognize that the interesting photograph to be made here is not of that body lying on the ground, but of audience's response, the theater of the response, if you like. So I'm sorry, your question suggests that maybe I'm getting it wrong. Is that?
I'm just saying, I mean, Ouija decided what he would photograph and how it would be shown. So,
yes.
I mean, that's his truth, if you like.
Yes. But I think when we normally see such photographs and where we would normally see them, certainly while Ouija was practicing photography, would be in a magazine or a newspaper, we take this to be evidence of some sort of truth of what happened at that moment. But as you're suggesting, of course, all of these kinds of photographs are framed by Ouija's own subjective interests, and in this case, by his instincts for what makes a good photograph and what doesn't.
Exactly.
Sorry, I think there's oh, you've got it, Mike. Very good.
Yes, we've got a question from online. I think it's specifically asking about the photograph on the poster for the exhibition of the actress. And it's asking, was this picture further manipulated for the purposes of this exhibition poster? And if so, was this for a particular reason?
I don't think it was manipulated, though. One of the things that amused me was we have various versions of this poster, and the shade of grey varies from poster to poster. So that, you might say, is unintended changes that occur in the process of reproduction. But it's otherwise scanned on my own scanner at home as is. We haven't added, if the question means have we added any lines or anything else, we have not. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you.
Hi, thank you. And yeah, I was at the exhibition yesterday and I really enjoy it.
Thank you.
But I'm just curious, so you're talking about how Wilkins, when he was in the submarine under the Arctic, was interested in telepathy and sending thoughts back to his friend in London. And yeah, I'm kind of curious about your experience with the photograph by Justine Varga, and I guess how much you two really believed in the process, or if it was kind of just a kind of formal experiment, or if there is something for you with your experience of having seen the negative printed, if that brought something up for you, or yeah, I guess I'm just kind of curious about it, kind of beyond the process, more of the belief.
Yeah, I think if, I'm going to flash forward if you don't mind the flashing. I think if you just saw this print alone and heard the story I told, you might well imagine that it's a kind of a gimmick. But that's why I tried to show you another print, and I could have shown you, you can look up her work online. There are maybe 20 or 30 prints of this kind made in this period in which she's systematically documenting various aspects of her life by various means. As I mentioned, this one, she leaves it in her studio, and it just takes on the marks of everyday life in the studio. She made a number of works like that, responding directly to her studio experience. But she made other works which were more, you might say, about her emotional life in the same period, in which no cameras used, sheets of negative are deployed in various ways, and various marks and actions are taken over those negatives to try and express directly, document directly these everyday experiences. So I think in this context, we see a whole body of work. This is less a gimmick and more very much in character with the rest of the series. And in that sense, I take it quite seriously. I mean, this was fairly early in our relationship, so this was a kind of courtship bonding exercise. So it's kind of interesting to see it in a public gallery now. But we, of course, live with that photograph every day in our own home.
Hi there. In terms of truth in photography, how do you feel with the rise of AI that things like negatives, prints, and the unaltered nature of photography will react to that?
Well, I'd say a couple of things. Of course, photography's never been unaltered. The very fact that you have to go into a darkroom and make a positive print from a negative, inevitably there are processes of manipulation. Tones are reversed, images are enlarged, things are suppressed or accentuated in that process. So photographs have always been manipulated, and in that sense, AI simply accentuates what has always been at the very heart of photographic practice. On the other hand, it's interesting to me as a teacher how many art students now are desperate to get back into darkrooms and make handmade analog prints. The response to the facility of digital imaging and AI generation seems to be driving a lot of art students, at least back to even back to 19th century practices. I showed you just one example of a daguerreotype made by a contemporary artist, but in the exhibition, there's another daguerreotype made by a contemporary Japanese photographer. There's a tintype made by a contemporary Australian photographer, and so on. A lot of artists are going back to this analog way of working. I mean, it's one of the reasons that Gary's work is attracting so much attention, is that this sense of commitment and handmadeness and the commitment and sacrifice of his own body to the process of making. I think a lot of audiences and a lot of artists are interested in that kind of photographic practice. Generative AI, it's kind of boring, isn't it? I mean, the kind of images that are being made so far are completely dull. That doesn't mean that a creative artist isn't going to work with that process and begin to make interesting things. But personally, I've yet to see that. So future will hold. Let's see. Like essays driven by generative AI, they're kind of dull because they're completely derivative.
Thank you very much for your talk. I guess my question is not so much about the historian or the curator, but about the collector, because if I'm getting it right, the exhibition is made out of your own personal collection. And I guess I was wondering about the guiding principle of the process of collecting photography.
The guiding principle. Yeah.
Guiding principle.
Poverty is my guiding principle. The exhibition does consist of work from private collections, primarily my own, but Katie has also generously lent 3 exceptional works. And Justine, one of the works is also from the collection of Justine. Yeah, it's basically private collecting. If you're interested in collecting, what I think is interesting about the exhibition in that regard is that there is stuff there that costs me like $20, like those press prints. You can buy those press prints on eBay for $20. Why? Because newspaper archives around the world are selling off their analog archives, doing away with their dark rooms, and dealers have bought them in their millions. There's a dealer in Iceland who has something like 3 million press prints, and he puts 200 on eBay every day. So if you want to get a photograph of the first landing on the moon, you want to get a photograph of the shooting of John Kennedy, you want to get a photograph of actresses from the 1920s, they're all on eBay and they're not expensive because they're not unique. There were probably 100 of them printed at the time. For example, the photographs of the moon were sent out by NASA as radio signals, and then were printed in every newspaper possibly in the world, certainly in the United States, and then reproduced in the next day's newspapers. So there are a lot of them. In that sense, they're very much true to the practice of photography, which is a practice of making multiples and distributing multiples and things like that. So what I like to do as a collector curator is gather things and then put them in interesting conversations. That's what I like to think good curating is about, is when you go to that little exhibition, there are, these very ordinary press prints, but when you think about them in conjunction with work by extraordinary artists, you see that there are extraordinary things to say in both cases about the nature of photography. And you see that best when you see them in conversation rather than as individual objects. So the guiding principle is you don't have much money, so you've got to be creative about what you acquire. And then, of course, I've been lucky enough to be gifted things. There's 2 prints by Alison Rossiter in the exhibition that were gifts to me by the artist after I wrote something about her work. Artists are very generous in that way, and I try and repay that generosity by putting them in exhibitions when I have the opportunity.
Got another question from online, kind of going back to the question of AI imagery.
Yes.
It's asking, what do you think of AI imagery or new methods of constructed imagery in relation to the military image, like the one you spoke about in your talk?
Well, as I tried to show you at length, that photograph is as constructed as any AI image. It just took longer and required perhaps greater degrees of skill. So again, I just repeat that the threat of AI is really no threat at all, in the sense that all photographs are manipulations, and the whole history of photography is replete with examples of manipulation of one sort or another. What can we do in response to that is to be skeptical lookers, to not take for granted what we see, to educate ourselves about the technical capacities of photographic practice, including that driven by digital technologies and AI software and so on. We look skeptically whether or not we think the photograph like by Ouija is an instantaneous, glimpse of truth, or if we look at something that's obviously manipulated. Personally, I prefer images where that manipulation is made apparent, and I'm given the opportunity to think critically about how it was made, how it was produced, why it was produced, in whose interests it was produced. Again, as a teacher, that's what I try and train my students to do for themselves, and why I give talks like this, so that my audiences go out of here slightly more skeptical, thinking slightly more critically, perhaps having a slightly expanded notion of what the field of photography might entail. And they can bring all of that to generative AI and no longer trust anything they see on the front page of The Guardian or the New York Times. We'd all be better citizens if we took that skepticism to heart. That's it. Oh. Thank you very much.
So we've got a short break scheduled now for the next 15 minutes. And just a brief reminder that if you do go and get a drink, I'm afraid you can't bring tea and coffee or back into the space, only bottled water. So we're starting back at 12 and we will start promptly because we've got lots to get through. Thank you so much.
Is that on? Oh, definitely on. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry to bring you all to attention because we're cracking on. That was a very, very short break. I'm only allowed to introduce these two people very, very briefly. So I'll start with Stephen Barber, who I must thank very much for generously supporting today. So we're really grateful to you, Stephen, for that. So we've been able to keep the price down. So thank you. Thank you.
The conversation.
Thank you. So Stephen Barber was the founder and really the maker of the Pre-Pictet, and he's still the chair of the Pre-Pictet, and it's something that he has really grown, developed, and is still deeply involved with. It's an international photography prize that harnesses the power of photography to draw global attention to sustainability. I'm sure you all know of it. And then to introduce, I'm allowed 2 sentences to introduce Heather Agupong, who is an award-winning artist and Olivier-nominated actress. Her visual artistic practice centers around mental health and well-being, diaspora, the archive, radical truth-telling, and catharsis. Heather's work, Ego Death, is on display at the Old Fire Station as part of Photo Oxford. It's in the exhibition A Mind of One's Own, Photography at the Edge of Introspection. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm delighted to be here, and I'm really happy to be talking with you, Heather, because who's a really remarkable, not just a visual artist, but an actor, a performer, a writer, and everything in between. But I came across her work at Photo London in 2021, and I think you won the Photo London Nikon Emerging Artist Award. You had an exhibition there, which called Wish You Were Here. Yeah. And there was a series of images there called Cakewalk. And there's one particular one, which I've never forgotten, which I think conforms to Thomas Struth's definition of a successful picture, which is that you can't forget it because you can't quite unpuzzle what it's about. Maybe I didn't spend enough time with it, but
no, that's great. High praise.
Let's look at this image. I mean, it's memorable, but stuck in my mind ever since. And I went to St. John's a few months ago, where you were the artist in residence.
Yeah.
That was my old college, and there she was. And I so wanted to meet you. Anyway. So this is called Cakewalk. Tell us something about the origin of this, what it means for you, what the story is.
Yeah, so the Cakewalk was a dance that enslaved African Americans would do to kind of mock their slave owners. And after emancipation, those dances started to end vaudeville performances. And they, instead of, actually prior to that, after emancipation, they were in these kind of contests, these cakewalk contests, and the person who did the best kind of dance would win cake. And then later on, those dances entered vaudeville performances and minstrel shows, and they became more and more like a mockery of Blackness. And then there was a woman called Aida Overton Walker who kind of reimagined the cakewalk dance. She was like a graceful dancer, really skilled, and Black women within kind of the early 1900s, we weren't really seen in this sort of graceful or elegant way. And she was so popular that she was invited to Buckingham Palace to teach royalty how to do the dance, which was very exciting and subversive for me. And she was very outspoken in papers about kind of the limited embodiments of Black women as performers. And I just found her to be just captivating. She said this quote, Stephen, she said in 1901, she said, "Unless we learn the lesson of self-appreciation and practice it, we'll spend the rest of our lives intimidating other people and depreciating ourselves." And I was like, who the hell is this woman? And there was something what I found when I'm trying to like fill in the educational gaps I've had growing up, finding about these women, they were just so bloody strong and complex and I felt like there was so much knowledge in the past, looking at the archive that could help me in the present. So I reimagined myself as this woman. And there were these, the Hyman Collection commissioned me and gave me these postcards. And they were postcards of cakewalk dancers, but later on they became more and more kind of, I guess, racist. And I really wanted, and the work was, the reason it's called Le Cakewalk is because these postcards were particularly, it interested people were in the French avant-garde were really interested in these images. So they weren't really for the community they were representing. They were for other people to consume. So I wanted to reimagine these postcards for kind of my community.
And so just turning to the theme of the symposium, I mean, what hidden or other truths do you find that you've been revealing here, or you're trying to reveal in embodying yourself as?
It's interesting about the idea of truth, because I remember when the work first came out in 2020, and there was a lot of conversation about the work, and especially like the BLM movement, and people were really interested in the work. But because the work is made, has, for my community, there are a lot of references that are people from South London will know, or people within the Afro-Caribbean community would know. So I had to kind of overly explain, I had to make videos when they were contextualizing galleries, I had to make videos explaining what the work was. But what I found really exciting was like some girl from South London who's 17 would come in and see the work and get something. One of the works was called Rob This England. The work, this work.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Yes, so this work, Rob This England, is a phrase we use to talk about like reparations now. That's what Rob This England is. And this is also a reference to Overton Walker teaching the cakewalk at Buckingham Palace. And this idea, so there's an original image of Aida looking at the camera, but I imagine this idea of her like taking the throne and taking the crown, and this idea of taking back power in the teaching of the dance. So I think the hidden truths are references and kind of vernacular that my community use that are for my community, but there's also different entry points for people to kind of engage with.
I mean, this would have provoked people to say, hey, we didn't realize that there were people like Alice Walker.
Yes, yeah.
And in such a prominent position, you know, in the 100 years ago.
Yeah, it's been really exciting. The work was then acquired by National Portrait Gallery, and there's been loads of conversation about Aida Overton Walker and her work. I think Jeffrey was talking about this idea of using the archive and contemporary artists, and I'm always interested in those conversations of how the past informs the present. So yeah, definitely. When you Google her name, my little face comes up, which feels like I've helped kind of contribute to the work that was long forgotten about her. So yeah, it feels like I'm paying homage to what she's contributed.
And you've done that. I mean, it's something that runs through your work, is embodying historical figures, dressing up and photographing yourself. I mean, I just think of Cindy Sherman or someone like that, but your work is different.
I didn't know about Cindy Sherman until way later, even though I'm sure some way that work has informed. But for me, we spoke about this before, like Rosie Martin and Joe Spence's work was like instrumental to my idea of how my first degree was in psychology. So how you can use kind of therapeutic modes of working in photography, and Rosie Martin's reenactment phototherapy with Joe Spence, that idea of finding catharsis from reimagining and creating senses of fictions was definitely like the grounding of my work, I would say. Without them, Rosie Martin came to she was at my MA and she did a talk, and I was just crying my eyes out because I felt I'm an actor who's doing psychology, who's now doing a photography master's, and not understanding why I'm doing this. And there's something about her conversation culminating in, oh, that's why I'm doing it. They all can kind of intersect to make sense. So yeah.
So tell us about your creative journey. I mean, was there an epiphany, a moment when you decided to become an artist, or where did it come from?
So I had no interest in being an artist.
Okay.
I wasn't always an actor, but my parents, typical immigrant parents, they wanted me to have a backup. So I did psychology. But to be fair, as an actor, I'm really interested in the human mind and emotions. So that felt like a natural fit. And then when I was in my first year, everyone's mental health just went kaput. It was the excitement of getting to university, and then the kind of anti-climax of, oh my God, we've got all this work to do, and what does this mean? And especially from people who kind of had not a sheltered background, but never had kind of this extreme sense of agency. Suddenly being in university and having this agency can feel really overwhelming. And everyone's mental health was going to kaput. Apologies, Stephen. Everyone's mental health was going kaput. And some people like self-medicated with alcohol, and I picked up a camera. I have no idea why I did.
Self-medicated
I mean,
camera.
I guess
Okay.
so. I guess in a way,
Okay.
a healthier medium. So I picked up a camera at 19, really enjoyed it, helped me process loads of my thoughts. Finished my degree, and then I said, I'm going to apply for a scholarship. I had no money. Applied for a scholarship, and I thought if I got it, I'd continue this photography thing, and I bloody got it. So that year at Goldsmiths really changed my life. With Rosie Martin coming in, Ingrid Pollard came in, and this conversation about the Black Arts movement, and there were artists in the 70s and 80s. I just had no knowledge. I just realized how much growing up I had such massive gaps of knowledge about my culture, about women, about people outside of Henry VIII. I'm going to be honest. Like we just didn't have there weren't significant representations of kind of the truth. The truth was obscured for me, and the university kind of transformed that. And then my first exhibition was at Autograph ABP for a young people's program, and then that project Too Many Black 'Em was kind of changed my life. I traveled all over the world with it for years. I sold work. It was a very unusual route. My artistic journey has been very unusual. So I'm really grateful for the mentors and the people who kind of opened the doors for me.
Because it's interesting that, I mean, you didn't say give up being an actor. You kept that.
Bloody doing it, yeah.
You know, those each practice informs the other, I think, in acting and your photography kind of in dialogue with each other.
I love that you said that, because people see me as like a visual artist or an actor, but definitely I think they kind of work together, because for acting, well, I think there's like a radical sense of empathy I need for like a character to understand them. I can't have any sense of judgment. If you have judgment, it kind of gets in the way of the work. And that definitely informs when I make my work, because even though in the past I've used women as templates, they're really truer representations of me. They're like more truthful than I am in public. Like this idea of being like subversive and cheeky and talking about ownership and wealth. I think there were parts of me which I felt tricky to expose, but these women kind of helped me expose them. So I think the idea of empathy swinging back and forth kind of informs both of the practices.
Now, just coming back a little bit to as you were growing up, and you said there were, you know, you knew about Henry VIII, but you didn't know about the Ashanti.
Being a bit naughty, but yeah. Yeah.
But you also grew up with images of Africa, which had a maybe a doubtful relationship to the truth of what was happening on the ground. Yeah. And you did some work on that, I think.
Yes. Yeah, no, I did. I think.
Tell me about that.
I mean, the images of, because we were talking about this before, this isn't random, we were talking about this before. Images of kind of sub-Saharan Africa were just always bad and really felt one-sided, and definitely informed how we grew up. I grew up in the 90s, and because we just saw just kind of negative and really like kind of hopelessness, there was often like with my friends and people around me, there was like a detachment from it. Like we don't want to be involved in it. It feels kind of embarrassing. And during my master's, I really wanted to interrogate that. Like, what's the truth in that? And remember, at that time, loads of people were going to this massive e-waste dump site in Accra. My parents live in Accra. It was called Agbog Bloshi. Everybody was going there. So many photographers were going there. And I was just fascinated. Like, they're going to this place, which is like 20 minutes from my mum's house. I asked my mum about it, and she was like, oh, this is full of criminals. Don't go there. Obviously, I went there. And when I went there, it was, Stephen, it was the wildest experience. There was a van full of like European tourists taking pictures. There was someone like taking blood from this little boy. And I was like, what is this place? And I think it's because I'm Ghanaian, I speak the language. I look young now, but I looked very young then. So I think they were just thought it's just little kids. And I knew, my mum knew someone who lived there, that they were just really honest with me. And they told me, yeah, people come here to win awards. And I was like, what are you talking about? And they were naming all of these photographers who came and promised them like money, promised them schooling, all of the boys, because basically what happens is that a lot of our European and American e-waste gets dumped there. I saw like BT boxes and Sky dishes. Was really strange. And young boys burn the materials and they use the copper and the precious materials to make money. But the boys were like, yeah, people just say, promise us all of these things. And these are quotes from stuff people were saying when I was there for like 22 days of kind of pure exploitation. And it was interesting to me because when I saw the images of these photographers, in my head, Stephen, I said, you know, they're trying to raise awareness. But then I thought about the ethics of, yeah, but what happens to the people that you've taken the photographs of? And the boys were telling us we're sick of it because we keep getting kind of vilified and people think we're criminals. So my mum now has this narrative, even though she lives in the same city, that these boys are kind of criminals because of the narrative of like this kind of wasteland. So it's kind of ethics 101. Even me, like, why am I here? I think someone says like, why is this girl here? She wants to do the same thing. So just kind of thinking about, because at that time I thought I'm going to be a photojournalist. That's what I'm going to do, like change the narrative of how Ghana is depicted. But actually I didn't feel equipped with the capabilities to represent these people truthfully. There always felt like an edge I was missing. So yeah, that gave me a really rude awakening to taking pictures of other people and my neuroses, my stickiness about it. So I think that probably informed why I turned the camera on myself, actually, because this is my own individual truth that is mine, you know?
I wanted to come on to that, so that's a nice sort of segue. AI can't spell segue, by the way. Couldn't spell it when you said it. But you said somewhere earlier, I saw, maybe I heard it on one of your podcasts or something.
Yeah.
But, you know, as a Black woman, it can be dangerous to appear vulnerable. Yet, by allowing yourself to be vulnerable, gives you strength. You said. I don't know if you mind being quoted back. What does...
I'm trying to think of the context.
How do you explain the paradox?
It's an interesting paradox, right? Because I think being vulnerable in general has the potential to be dangerous, because regardless of race or gender, because when you're vulnerable and there is a feeling of rejection, that can be such a devastation. I think Sean spoke something about adapting and what that can metastasize into. I was talking to my husband about Adolescence, the Netflix show, and the idea of he was talking about men being vulnerable. When they're rejected, it can become something, it can change their personalities, their way of being. And I witnessed so much of this kind of behavior of vulnerability being so dangerous that you'd rather push it down or repress it. And what I found, like within myself, that there were times where I've adjusted my behavior, adjusted my sense of who Heather is because of being rejected or the fear of rejection. And my work, I'm trying to create like a safe space so I can be vulnerable and feel a sense of agency, which kind of gives me strength. So I think both of them are true. Being vulnerable is dangerous, but also the beauty, the kind of byproduct of vulnerability for me is strength.
And maybe this image here, this is from...
Too Many Blackamoors.
Yeah, Too Many. That's an early,
yes,
your early series.
First project.
So maybe you're embodying that here in this.
What do you mean?
I mean, just in, you know, but in you're both vulnerable, but also strong in this.
Yes.
What's the story behind this?
Yeah. So Too Many Blackamoors was about the idea of creating vulnerable, fragile images of Black women. And that was definitely based on my experience and this idea of, and I don't know if other kind of immigrant, children of immigrants have this sense of kind of survival and the sense of surviving, and the sense of survival can make your edges quite rigid and feeling of like impenetrability. And I wanted to make these kind of delicate images, which I just didn't grow up seeing. It'll come back. So Blackamoors was about creating images I wanted to see kind of growing up. And they were all a series. It was me reimagining myself as Sarah Forbes Bonetta. So Sarah Forbes Bonetta was a young girl from, I guess it would have been Nigeria, who was taken as a captive to Queen. She was given as a prize in what would have been Nigeria to Queen Victoria. She was renamed Sarah Forbes-Bonetta because Captain Forbes-Bonetta found her, and she was kind of looked after by the monarchy. And I saw this carte de visite of her at Autograph when I was, I don't know, 24. And I just thought this dark-skinned, beautiful woman in this kind of Victorian garb. I was just like, who is this? There were Black Victorians. It was so, I was mesmerized by the image. So that was the beginning of this kind of reimagination work of using her life as a jumping off point to kind of explore fragility and also thinking about her experience as this Black woman, and all her family have passed away. She's been looked after in this kind of by royalty, and this sense of feeling grateful, but also feeling really isolated. So I wanted to make these kind of complex images.
But she has descendants, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. She does.
You recently discovered, I think.
Yeah, I reposted something. I think her great granddaughter discovered something about Ebola or did something kind of wonderful, miraculous. So yeah, she is. Ooh, something's happening. It's back. Yeah. She's here. But yes, she just has. It's wonderful to be talking about her legacy. And again, National Portrait Gallery have spoken so much about Forbes-Bonetta, and yeah, in a tiny way, feeling like I've contributed to talking about her life was really great.
There's a lot of images now emerging that I've certainly never seen before, and they're not of Black families in the, you know, going back to the early 19th or mid 19th century, the earliest history of photography in wherever, Liverpool or Manchester or London. Extraordinary. And
yeah, I was reading a book called it's a Peter Fry wrote a book called Staying Power, and it's about Black folks being in Britain for like 500 years and that legacy, and blows my mind. But there is a feeling of we're not the first, and there's been a legacy of kind of support, contribution, survival that feels really empowering to, I think, the wider community, and also just talks about the truth of who has been here, you know.
So we're running towards the end. I think we started 5 minutes late, but anyway, we'll get that back. But now you've got an exhibition here at the old fire station called
Ego Death.
Ego Death.
Yep.
Can you say something about that?
Yeah. So Ego Death is a project which was inspired by Carl Jung's idea of the shadow. So Jung believed that all of us have a repressed personality, and parts of this personality consist with parts of society, things that society have deemed unacceptable, and you kind of push down and repress it in kind of to your psyche. But the more you repress it, the more it kind of surfaces up. And Jung believed it can be things like deep anger or jealousy or rage, but also can be things like creativity or vulnerability. So I wanted to kind of rediscover my own shadow. I did find stuff was coming up for me, which I felt that I wanted to, that I'd repressed or felt embarrassed about. And I really wanted to come to the surface. I'm interested in this idea of feeling whole or stripping off layers of myself. So that's kind of what Ego Death is about. And I created these shadow characters. So parts of this.
This is not, sorry, I didn't realize we've got this.
No, let's.
Sarah Forbes-Bonetta.
Yeah, we can keep. This is too many black and whites.
Yeah, too many.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, Ego Death is a blue series. Is at the old fire station, as Katie mentioned. So here we are. Yeah. So yeah, that the work was deeply personal. It took me around 2.5 years to make. A lot of it was tons of research and reading, and Jung believes you can access your shadow through dreams and fantasies and through therapy. And I was doing free writing and free drawing and trying to kind of unlock this idea of the unconscious to kind of personify these kind of ghosts that had been haunting my life a bit, to kind of give them less power over my life. So that's how I create the images.
I was interested in what you told me before when we were preparing for this, that, I mean, your projects, I mean, they're very long in preparation, gestation, just reading and writing and thinking and then executed very quickly at the end.
Yeah, I think
interesting way of working.
I'm more interested in the process rather than the image. For me, I've said this before, but the images feel like mementos. The process is, so for example, these these images, I would write about each character a lot for weeks. And when I would be in the studio making the work, I'd give myself a short amount of time and not look at the camera and just shoot when I felt like kind of called to shoot. So yeah, that's probably why it's very quick in actually making the images, but actually getting there takes a lot for me.
I mean, there's this wonderful quote on the Photo Oxford website saying, from Susan Sontag, which is that photographs which cannot themselves explain anything are inexhaustible invitations to deduction, speculation, and fantasy. And I think this is these exactly seem to me to conform to that.
Yeah. Yeah, accessing the unconscious or being, I mean, I love doing talks about my work because people are always interested in what does that mean, but I'm also interested in what the dialogue between me and the viewer is, and the viewer projecting their own stuff on it. That feels the most valid in terms of what I want the audience to have is their own kind of dialogue and questioning themselves about the questions I'm asking myself in the work.
Just before we wrap up, I just got one or two kind of brief questions to ask you. And
yeah.
Have you, is there an inspiring mentor or teacher that you've had that you mention or?
Yeah, it's particularly for this moment. And I remember Fiona Rogers, who now works at the VNA. I remember there was a thing called Ideas Tap, like a young people's program. And I remember she used to work at Magnum. And I was so intimidated showing her my portfolio. And she was so, and I had no confidence, but she just believed something about me. And she just said, go to Autograph ABB, which is a gallery space in East London, and which focus on race representation. And I was annoyed because I was like, it's just because I'm Black. That's why you're telling me to go to this place. I was so frustrated. And then I went to Autograph and it changed my life. So Fiona just knew something about me. She kind of saw something in me that I didn't recognize in myself. So yeah, we love Fiona Rogers. She's great.
How old were you then?
Ooh, early, 20, very early 20s. Yeah. Yeah. For her.
Your latest work is From Sunrise to Sunset.
Yes, yeah. She worked to reform herself. No, it's happening now. It was made in Oxford. It was partly funded, commissioned by the Financial Times and New Art Exchange in Nottingham. Kind of, I won an award and I'm making that work, but it was all made in St. John's actually. And yeah, there's an image about the work, and the work is about, like a work addiction, my ADHD diagnosis and burnout, and this idea of Sabbath and rest. I really resonate with the first conversation about prayer and kind of meditation and thinking about the body, because I found for myself, this is a true confession, I found that I was really addicted to productivity and making work. And it was less about the joy of it. It was that it really defined who I was. I am an artist. This is what I do. And even though I had big signs of burnout, now I'm realizing it was ADHD burnout, because I attached so much worth into productivity. When I didn't work, I didn't feel useful. My worth was very much tied into it. And when I was talking to St. John's students about it, and they heavily resonated. And it's interesting, there's an air in kind of university towns of this idea of like productivity and rest is like, I'll sleep when I'm dead, that sort of thing. But there is a payoff, and it's like burnout and emotional fatigue and disillusionment. So this idea of finding like sacred rest is what I'm trying to rediscover in the works. So yeah, that's the body of work that's out now. Yeah.
One final question then.
Mm-hmm.
What advice would you give to a young 20-year-old who is today like yourself as you were then?
Oh, wow.
Who maybe wants to work in the creative arts or?
Oof. I would say one thing is that I knew absolutely no one in this industry. I think sometimes people think I had some sort of connect, but I didn't know anyone. So I hope that's reassuring. And I just went to organizations, places, and people who believed in me more than I believed in myself. Finding those mentors, I went to so many in conversations and I had coffees with so many people, but those people that said like a couple of sentences to me just like gave me such a self of confidence and that I was able to do it. And also who challenged me, who just didn't have the same views as me. So I'd go to those places which both inspire but also like challenge.
You learned how to speak to grown-ups, as it were.
I guess so. Yes, yes.
Very important.
Exposure therapy.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much indeed for a most inspiring conversation.
It's all pleasure. Never.
Yeah. So I think we have a few moments for questions from the audience.
Thank you both very much. My question is for Heather about embodiment. And thinking in particular of the ego death work, I suppose. I'm thinking about all of the very visceral, cathartic, raw, embodied experience that you bring to the performance of these images, and how conversely photography is arguably a very distancing medium. You know, the lens and the frame turn experiences into pictures. And I suppose I wonder what for you is the relationship between what is going on for you in those images and what the reader, not the reader, the viewer can access. You mentioned just about the viewer's reaction to some of these images as you've heard it. So just about photography and embodiment really is my question.
A great question. I think embodiment, especially in ego death, I was moving constantly. I discovered like movement. There's a thing called authentic movement, and it's basically moving through impulsivity was definitely helping, like with symptoms of PTSD, and was very like healing and cathartic for me, and allowed me to kind of get out of my head. So the embodiment is in me moving, and I guess in all of the images, there's double exposures which were happening in camera, but that movement I'm trying to get share a frame or share a little part of that experience. But I think that's why I had a performance. I did a performance for 2.5 years of called The Body Remembers, which is about moving through impulse, and there was an audience. So I think having a performance element in my work allows someone to actually experience what was happening, because sometimes when I was talking to people about mental health, it felt so cerebral. And part of my practice is about making the invisible visible. Like, how can people experience what mental health feels like, to have kind of a sense of empathy? So performance feels really important in terms of people feeling an embodied experience, because sometimes those experiences go beyond the image, right? And something about when I had this performance, The Body Remembers, oh my gosh, people were like crying and having their own experience. And I just felt, okay, bye, this is yours, this is for you. So I think holding space for audience in performance is what I kind of want to keep doing. Yeah, photography has limitations, but I'm glad I can explore performance too.
Hi, Heather. I recall having a dialogue with you at Photo 50.
Yeah.
Could you say something about how you negotiate scale in relation to fragility and emotion? Thank you.
Oh, that's such a gorgeous question. Can I be truthful in the aid of truth? Because I've realized this later on, but because I've come from like a working class background, I used to make my work the most cheapest, smallest, like didn't think about, someone was talking about materiality, and now I've had the like privilege of being commissioned and thinking about actually how does the size impact the work? So it's happened really later on, like ego death, with those big fabrics. I was commissioned by Photo Works in Jerwood. I was so scared to say, I think they need to be life size. I was so scared because I just was, gosh, they're going to be really expensive. I'm really sorry. Can I cut the budget? Can I cut my artist fee? I was saying the wildest things because I've kind of been brought up in this kind of scarcity thing and trying to make a little go a long way. So also the economics of an artist can sometimes limit the imagination. And now I'm really beginning to like dream and be supported in it. And I'm now thinking more seriously about the materiality of my work. And right now, there's such a call for life-size works. And I think that goes back to embodiment and feeling enclosed and having a particular experience that I am now considering how the audience, how does the materiality and the size of the work inform what I'm trying to say? But that's only happened with kind of confidence about what I need. Great question.
Thank you so much for sharing your work, Heather. I was wondering about the question of not taking a picture, you know, and maybe the instances where you felt this isn't the right thing to do for whatever reason it might be. It might be an ethical reason that you have also about. And also, I think that for me, that relates to the idea of process and the long process of gestation that was mentioned, and also space versus burnout. You know, also continuous activity versus the fullness of space that also artists need to, for them to be able to receive inspiration.
Love that question. Some of the projects that I'm from Sunrise to Sunset, the last work, the reason I was consciously thinking about why it takes me that long. It's for me, images came in me daydreaming. They came on walks, and I didn't go on a walk to think about the work. I just went on a walk, and I'm realizing how much artists need that space to. Something about when you don't think about the thing comes up. I found, I don't know if artists have had that, using like different parts of the brain and these images to come up. So that has been so precious to me, and probably why I've been a bit tentative about commercial galleries in the idea of kind of productivity and generating within a particular time limit, because I want the work to, because the work is always about me, it takes time and kind of an honesty that I need to let come kind of authentically. So that kind of processing time has been so such a gift, and I also feel proud of the work. I've been commissioned before where I've made work in a really quick period of time, and I'm like, this isn't what I wanted to say, and I care more about that and getting something from the process than pretty images, just for me. And what was your first question about? Oh, it's not taking images. So I hardly take images. I love to experience the thing. Sometimes when I go to, like, I'm really a massive lover of music, and I just don't take any images because I want to remember how it felt, because the images usually pants anyway, and they don't kind of encapsulate the feeling of it. So I'd really try to remain present, and only if there's some kind of information I will take an image. And I only really pick up the camera when I feel like I've got to say something. Apart from that, I don't. But then I'm also an actor, so I have a different income. And I think a lot of artists feel the pressure to just keep making work to survive. So that's also like an argument I want to hold space for too.
We've got time for one more question.
I just had a quick question. I'm working on a project thinking about neurodiverse students coming to university for their first year and trying to get cameras into the hands of these students. And one of the things I thought about was, or the question I have is, how could you think about your university experience? How would it have maybe been different? Or were you supported by a group? Or did you just kind of go out on your own? And could you see yourself in a group working with camera?
During the residency at Oxford, they gave me a stipend, and thank God for that, because I got diagnosed 3 months ago. So I'm in my mid to late 30s, and I didn't know I was neurodivergent. So it took me, there's a lot of masking and coping, and it's interesting, when I was talking to the doctor, he said there are so many women being diagnosed because they've been masking for a very long time. And so the access to diagnosis was like transformative for me. I was on the waiting list for like 2.5 years on the NHS, and I just paid privately for it because of, thank God, to St. John's. But for me, I guess it also a spectrum, right? But for me, with particularly ADHD, and I'm dyslexic, I work best in short periods of time. So there's like a 3-hour slot where I'm incredibly productive, and then I cannot do anything. So I think what I had to do was monitor, like, when do I feel like I have energy, and kind of keep a personal diary of like how my brain kind of functions best. And there's learning and creativity, because I always check the timestamps of when I took these images, and so there's also kind of a creative output of making images, but also you learn about how your mind works. So it's really kind of twofold in that. So yeah, again, it's a spectrum, but I think getting a journal of when you feel like you have these periods of making work and not feeling a sense of shame about it. As a university student, I don't know how the hell I coped. I have no idea, but I had a lot of shame about why can't I get up? Why can't I function like everybody else? So also like taking the shame away and just kind of accepting that's how my brain works was really useful. So I hope that's useful for your students.
I think that's it for that. Thank you so much, both of you. Can we give them a round of applause?
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got one more session before we break for lunch, and that's a film. I'm delighted to introduce a short film, The Moment of Truth, directed by David Batch. David's short films of artists, designers, and performers, sometimes combined with his own poetry, music, or performance, have been selected for numerous festivals. And this film, released in 2024, The Moment of Truth, examines the impact of generative artificial intelligence on our visual histories. So it's picking up on some of the conversations we've already started, and also thinking about archives, which is something we're going to talk about later. So we can run the film. Thanks.
We'd been kind of aware that something was coming. There was a tiny newspaper snippet about a photograph of a Hollywood actress on a red carpet, and it took something like 19 hours to generate that image. You know, the hair, the red carpet, the designer dress, but it wasn't real. It was completely made up. And I remember reading that and thinking, okay, that took 19 hours, but it will not be long before that takes a matter of seconds. But I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I really didn't. And then in spring 2023, we were working towards the Windrush anniversary, the 75th anniversary of the landing, with Dr. Mark Seeley and his team at Autograph. And I saw a number of really incredible images, completely new images, arriving on social media. And I'd never seen them before. And I was kind of stunned because they were color, they were excellent. I just thought, well, have I missed something really significant here? And they were amazing. I couldn't figure out what was bothering me about them. And this is a subject that I have spent a lot of time on, and I know it well. Then it just clicked. The Windrush had, I think it's 1,027 passengers that arrived on that day in 1948. And I have spent hours with those images, with those people. And in these new color images, I don't recognize any of them, not one person. And that's not possible. These are all from original negatives in the archive. Here we have Eileen Johnson. She's 24. She's come over on the Empire Windrush in 1948 from Jamaica. Here are her children. This is Terence, who's 3, and this is Maureen, who's 4.5. This is a mixed heritage family, and Eileen's husband, Willis, is just out of shot. Maureen is holding a black teddy bear, that these bears were actually made to grieve the loss of the Titanic. And Eileen has repurposed that bear for her children to be meaningful for them. And I find that incredibly moving. Now, that's a story. Evelyn Wauchope. She was 40 already when she made this journey, and she was a seamstress, and she got on the ship in Kingston, Jamaica with a very small case and her sewing machine. What she didn't have was a ticket. So she slipped on board, hid between the lifeboats, and that's where she slept. And then halfway over the Atlantic, she got too cold and she turned herself in. And the passengers all had a whip round and raised £50. A rumour that started immediately that actually most of it was paid by Nancy Cunard, the shipping heiress, and who was a radical socialite activist. That got her a really comfortable cabin for the rest of the journey. And there was £4 left, which was probably enough to sort out her lodgings when she first got to London. In the same boarding house as Evelyn Wauchope is a singer from Trinidad, Mona Baptiste. But we know that because she's on the electoral roll for that time. She is just shy of her 20th birthday. And within a few weeks of arriving on the Windrush, she was performing for the BBC. And then she had a big performance and recording career in Germany. And you see, that's the thing. We could really do the same thing for everybody on this ship. All had their histories, their stories, their hopes. They had a life before they arrived here. They had a life after. And they're part of the actual story of this country. And that's why these pictures matter and the generative AI ones don't.
These glass plates, you start to think about how they came into being, really. That the photographer was at a certain time or place. They carefully framed what they were going to see, put in a piece of glass, which was sensitized, and went click at the time that they felt the click was important. And the light went through there and burnt this image onto that piece of glass. And that has become now like a time capsule for us. So when we look at these objects, we're looking at exactly what happened at that point in time. It's quite fascinating. It's extraordinary, really. We've transitioned really from traditionally a picture agency where we were just sending images out to license to now we are very conscious that we are the guardians of cultural heritage. So we have to preserve it, keep it for the next generations. And it's quite a different sort of mindset that you have. You come in with a museum mindset rather than a sort of strictly commercial mindset. So in this room, we've got glass plate negatives. They go back to about 1900, Edwardian days. Outside of that, there's prints going as far as the birth of photography itself in 1839. We've digitized maybe 10%. So we're guessing, finger in the air figure of about 5 million image objects. So that's about 500,000 or so that we've done so far. The challenge is, can we fingerprint all of the 5 million items, all of the digitized items, to say this is a real record, that we have the link back to the original, just in case maybe that original disappears or bad actors are feeding in fake images, to go back and prove that this is part of the top photo collection.
So let's say you've got a speech from Obama from 2015. How are you going to prove that your version of Obama's speech from 2015 is the real one when anyone can generate an alternative version? I've got the Open Origins app open here. I am going to hit the camera icon and I'm just going to take a selfie. Now, you can see that there is a wall behind me, that my face has curvature, that my nose is in front of my cheeks. It's just hit post. We will validate all of the data associated with it and we'll upload it. And once that's uploaded, you can look at all of the proof information associated with it. So you can see that this was taken on an iPhone. that the front camera was used, that at this point it was captured, and at this point it was uploaded, as well as all of the blockchain proof information you need to validate. At the point that we uploaded it, it's written in stone. Neither us nor you nor anyone else can go back and rewrite it, edit it, or delete it, making sure that if a file claims to be from 2015, that we can prove that it's from 2015, not just to you, but to all of your audience. In a matter of months, we are going to reach a point where we will never again have a detector, whether human or AI, that can reliably tell the difference between something that was taken on a camera versus something that was generated by an AI model. Let's say that inflection point of photorealism occurs 9 months from now. Well, 10 months from now, it is going to be impossible for us to be able to assert whether the photos created in that 10th month are real or not. And that's probably going to be true forever. And so organizations that don't upgrade their archives, don't secure their archives by that inflection point, will probably never be secured again. There are two scary scenarios to me. One is that we basically are unable to trust photos online again. People trust whatever is being sent by the people they already trust and distrust everything else because they've seen so many fake photos, right? So a photograph is no more believable than just someone writing a tweet. The second scary scenario to me is that you can imagine a large tech giant deciding, okay, we're going to do this, saying, oh, we're just trying to keep the fake news out. And you need to get a certificate from us, and that's why you trust things. That's scary because if we have to rely on one company's servers, one company's certificates, one company's policies to be able to trust anything online, then that company effectively controls the internet.
Photography, we know historically that from the very earliest days, that there was definitely manipulation. I believe that Lenin had Trotsky sort of wiped out of some symbolic meeting of comrades early on. The real issue with generative AI at the moment is it's actually using human creative endeavor to train itself to be able to spit out these images. It has got to the point where they're actually impersonating artists' work. I have a lot of animals on black backgrounds, usually portraits with lots of personality and character. You can find websites which say, you put a prompt in and you can create your own Tim Flack image and give me a little bio about who I am. I went to the National Gallery at the weekend and looked at the Turners and was working out some of my interesting composition. And Turner in turn was obsessed by the old masters. So we've all borrowed. If I misjudge that. The difference with generative AI, it's not really adding anything. What it does, it's like almost parasitically, it ingests the images. It doesn't come up with anything. It's only what it's trained to do. Look at the quality. The erosion of trust, okay, is something that I think is a worrying prospect for the future. We have the illusion of a reality, but in fact it never existed. And with the billions of images that are deep fakes mixing with the real images, the high proportion of these deep fakes now have almost contaminated this pool of reality. Okay, it did just about catch that. And discernment of what actually was rooted in something that existed to gain evidence that's useful, it is going to be tested, really tested, and it's going to happen quite quickly, I believe.
We are not going to let this fall. We will never allow the archive to be contaminated by things that are presenting themselves as truth, but they're not. And if we cannot trust what we're seeing, then we won't trust anything. And our sense of what is possible unravels. If things have been good in the past, they can be good again. If things were fair and equitable, you know, the creation of the NHS, the creation of the first savings bank, if those things were done and made an impact for the good, then we can have some kind of hope that that is possible, that wars end, that conflicts do eventually find a resolution, that dictators come and go. And so actually having that trusted depiction of those things really, really matters to keep us going as a human race. I really believe that.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to have a break now for lunch between 1 and 2. But just a little advertisement in case you're really interested in those questions about AI. There is an exhibition on as part of Photo Oxford at Maison Française called Press the Shutter, Type the Prompt, Photography, Truth in AI, which has got the work of 3 artists engaging with not just generative AI, engaging with questions about AI, including Michael Christopher Brown, Hayley Morris Cafiero, and Stephanie Hubert. So see you back in here at 2. Thank you so much. Lucas, can we?
Hello, can everyone hear me? Yeah, I think it's working now. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started for our afternoon session. So we could all find your seats. Okay, welcome back, everyone. My name is Hayley Drole. I'm a trustee of Photo Oxford, and I'm excited to welcome you back for our next session. I have the pleasure of introducing this talk. It's an enigmatically titled paper called First Abandon the World of Pseudo-Certainty. Diane Smythe is a writer, educator, curator, and editor of the British Journal of Photography. I want to thank Diane and the BJP for sponsoring Photo Oxford. They are our media festival, our media partner. And once again, this session will be followed by questions from the audience. So please do think of questions now. But welcome, Diane.
Hi, thanks very much, Photo Oxford, for having me, and thanks to all of you here and at home who have the pleasure of listening to me. I'm a bit nervous. You know what? I went to a conference recently and loads of the women started their talks by saying that they were nervous. And I kind of felt like it's a shame that women like detract from their own authority. But then thinking about it, I like the idea of questioning authority. So I want to accept that as a gesture, as a way to abandon the world of pseudo-certainty. So I've nicked this title from the Provoke photographers, who were radical photographers in Japan in the 60s, 70s. It's the name of their last book that they made together, issues 4 and 5 of their short-lived magazine. I haven't really got that much to say about them in this talk. Other than that, I was thinking about them because recently one of their lot, Nakahira, a book of his essays has been published by Aperture. And it was really interesting for me to see how many crossovers there were between what he was writing about, you know, in Japan in the late 60s, 70s, and what I've been thinking about as well. So, you know, these are people who are living in Japan, which is still under American occupation. So they're sort of thinking beyond imperialism, and questioning photography for them is a means through which to question a certain gaze on the world. So what I want to argue is that that gaze, the gaze of photography, is like deeply entangled with a European modernity and a certain way that we engage with the world. So anyway, for me, it all started like 2-3 years ago when I had been at a private view, which was in St. James, not an area that I'm in all that often. And on the way back to the train station, I sort of found myself in front of this window, and I suddenly thought how weird it is, how similar that this shop window is to a photograph, in as much as it has a frame and it has an invisible surface that I can't penetrate. And also what's displayed within it has been removed and detached from the conditions in which they came. So we're not seeing the factory here. We're seeing this kind of world that's being presented to us. This sort of set me off on this whole long path of thinking about display and the role that display takes in our culture. I hadn't come to this thought all by myself. So I recently had read the book Capitalism and the Camera, which I highly recommend. And the first essay is written by Ariella Aisha Azulay, who I also highly recommend. And she's written other books which are much bigger and longer, but this essay is very pithy and encapsulates a lot of her thoughts about unlearning imperialism. She calls it Towards the Abolition of Photography's Imperial Rights. Anyway, it starts with this brilliant opening sentence. Imagine that photography does not have its origins in the invention of the device, but rather in 1492. So this idea really struck me, you know, at the time, lots of people were, or they have been for a long time, thinking about how you might take away some of the power of the camera by handing the camera over to those who are being photographed, or, you know, other gestures of collaboration. But in locating the invention of photography at this point in time, the beginning of colonial expansion, she's kind of implying that there's something about the camera which, you know, comes from that culture, and therefore there's a certain ideology embedded within it that might be quite hard to escape. She goes on to, oh, sorry, this is from Potential History. This is the same essay, actually. She talks about the invention of imperial rights, the right to discover, uncover, penetrate, scrutinize, copy, and appropriate, thus erasing, like the operation of the shutter, how appropriated objects, which made up the center of gravity of universal rights, were in fact plundered, and in effect how the discoverer violated others' rights. So she directly links the camera with certain physical actions that were taken by the Europeans busy colonizing the world. So So yeah, this sort of set me off on a whole lot of reading of other things. And like Jeffrey Batchen, for example, his book Burning with Desire is really interested, if you're interested in this kind of thing, in that it talks about just before the invention of the camera. So what were the things that people were thinking about and what was their particular way of engaging with the world? I also eventually landed on Martin Jay. He's got an essay called Scopic Regimes of Modernity, which was published in 1988. So for him, scopic regimes are, you know, the world exists, we're going to assume, and we have sensory data that we can gather through our bodies, but the way that we interpret that information is culturally driven. So he talks about, you know, the invention of photography and the invention of perspective, which happened, or perspective as an idea was like heavily developed and worked upon at a certain time, which coincides with the end of the medieval period and the beginning of the imperial or colonizing period. So he talks about Cartesian perspectivalism was thus in league with a scientific worldview that no longer hermeneutically read the world as discursive text, but rather saw it as situated in a mathematically regular spatio-temporal order filled with natural objects that could only be observed from without by the dispassionate eye of the neutral observer. So we have like the invention of science and the scientific approach to the world, in which you're not an embodied emotional body, you're in some way a detached observer. And through observing the world, we can therefore somehow learn stuff about it. We're all visual people here, so I have an image to illustrate. This is from like 1600. So you can see there's this like really fleshy, erotic looking woman, but the guy drawing her is not to be drawn into these like fleshy desires. He's behind a screen and he's got a grid on his screen and he's carefully drawing into a screen as well. And although it's clear, you know, this is a guy and I presume that he would be wealthy. I don't know much about period dress, but he seems like someone who has some money. But, you know, from this idea of that screen, you get to the camera obscura, and this guy's literally within a box. So he's not located in the environment that he's looking at. He's detached from it. And, you know, how cameras work, the image is projected on this back wall onto a 2D surface. So he's no longer directly in the world and he's not experiencing it with senses other than his eyes. And then, of course, you know, this is the technology on which photography is directly developed. So this started me thinking about, you know, all of the different ways in which display happens in our society. So, you know, we've got the development of mirrors happened just a bit before all this because it became possible to make plates of glass. So mirror making escaped from Venice and became something more widely spread. And mirrors also, you know, put things behind a surface and within a frame. Display cases for shops and museums came a little bit later. It's quite mad to me if you go in the Ashmolean and look at the display cases there and the whole setup of the place, it looks very similar to Liberty's. So for me, there's something very similar about how the objects on display have been detached from the world and put within those cases. And then there's also the development of shop windows because they didn't always exist in the way that we have them now. So that shop window that I was really struck by in St. James's, this is, you know, a development of late 18th century going into the Victorian era. And you also have the Great Exhibition in Crystal Palace in like a giant glass box, so like a giant display case. This is a contemporary image that is from Punch magazine. You can see. So this is Prince Albert, who's kind of displaying the world to the people who are looking at it. So, you know, the Crystal Palace had examples of the latest inventions, including photography, and it also had stuff from all the colonies that could be seen now in London for the first time. But yeah, I'm interested in the idea that they are detached and looking at these people without engaging with them. And at the time, this was kind of commented on as well. This is something that we have to think about a bit, but maybe at the time it was more obviously new and strange. So in the Times, someone whose name I don't have a record of. He's quoted in the book Novels Behind Glass. Just now, we are an objective people. We want to place everything we can lay our hands on under glass cases and to stare our fill. So again, there's this idea that somehow, because you've detached the object from where it came from and you're just looking at it at a distance, you're somehow objective and less subjective. So then, of course, I start to get interested in this figure and how that might be playing into photography. You know, like I work on the British Journal of Photography, so I interview photographers all the time. But more widely, when we see images, we're not necessarily thinking about the fact that there was an individual who took that individual photograph. So I looked at Donna Haraway. She's looking at the science question in feminism. So certain universal laws are presented as if they are objective, but of course they've all come from particular people and particular movements and particular times and places. So she writes about the many different ways now that we have to picture the world through cameras. So that might be X-rays or infrared or the kind of cameras that we use. She says, vision in this technological feast becomes unregulated gluttony. All seems not just mythically about the god trick of seeing everything from nowhere, but to have put the myth into ordinary practice. So this is what I liked, this idea that there's this god trick where somehow we're not thinking about that one person seeing with being presented with an image as if it's come from nowhere, and that we too are looking at it as if we are nowhere. We're not like directly interacting with what's shown in the image. We are also distanced from it. So I suppose what I was thinking about was distance and how we relate to what is shown in photographs. And we feel that maybe that's more truthful because it's detached, because it's not subjective. But that's what I'm wanting to question a little bit. Because, of course, there's also various aspects that go with this, like who were the people who had cameras? Initially, it would have been wealthy white Victorian gentlemen. So they had a particular gaze. So Isabel Armstrong, she also talks about who was it who literally had windows. She's written a whole book about the development of glass that's really interesting, like a cultural history of glass and the position of glass. So she talks about in riots, sometimes windows would be broken in riots, and she interprets that not just as sheer vandalism, but as an important way to regain power. So you're no longer just the person outside the manor house who is being looked at. You can break that invisible surface and make your presence felt. I won't read the whole quote this time. She does say there are other perspectives from the other side of the window. And also, I have found a lot of really interesting perspectives in post-colonial writing. So, for example, Amy Cesar's discourse on colonization. My turn to state an equation, colonization equals thingification. So this is a translation from the French. The French word is chosification, but it's translated as thingification rather than reification, which I just found it a really appealing word. And although he's not talking about photography, I thought there's a lot of intersection there with the things that I've been thinking about, to do with how we're distanced from what's shown in images or shop windows or display cases, and how we therefore see them as objects or things rather than something that we would interact with in a more subjective way, in a more intersubjective way, in fact. So one of my gigs is that I work at Photo Works, which is an arts charity, and they produce an annual every year. And quite amazingly, they were just kind of like, you can do it on whatever you like. So I was like, oh, brilliant, I shall do it on The Thing. So the title, The Thing, comes from this word, thingification. But it's an annual that's all about, at the time, I was thinking about how do we objectify what we're looking at when we're looking at images. So it's called The Thing, partly in reference to those thingified things. Also, because I like the kind of gothic horror film John Carpenter reference of The Thing, and the idea that things can come back, though, so they're not safely behind glass. They might actually come and interact with you in a way that's physical or terrifying. and that will force you not to be a distanced observer anymore. I gave it a mirrored cover as well. This is me. You can see me taking the picture. So the idea is that there's a mirror there because that's one of the technologies of display that I was interested in. But also as an object, you can't just take a picture of it. It throws the gaze back on you as the person with the camera. This is the horror film Ring, which I haven't watched. I can't handle horror films at all. I find them way too terrifying. But it seems to me that we are sort of aware that there's something weird about the way that we're trying to put things at a distance, because in horror films, things return. So for example, there's Ring, where, you know, things literally come through the glass. Or I was also thinking about David Cronenberg's Videodrome, or Poltergeist as well, from 1982. I was also thinking about Thing in The Addams Family, which I used to watch when I was a kid. And it is a funny program, but there's also something serious in as much as, you know, this is a disembodied body part. So it seems funny when you see it presented to you, but in images or in display cases, we look at slightly disembodied things all the time without thinking about it at all. So yeah, I got to make this annual, which was really fun. I wrote like an introduction, and I got people who have, you know, related interests to write essays. And I also was able to feature loads of photographers whose work explores, I think, or challenges this idea that we're putting things within frames and behind a surface, and they sort of disrupt this activity a bit. So Tabitha Soren I found really interesting because she was an MTV presenter, so she was on the other side of the glass. Her series Surface Tension draws attention to the surface of images, but these are news pictures. Whereas I have to speed up in like quite madcap fashion. This is Jermaine, who's going to speak next. So he was one of the people that I included as well. So he puts, you know, black figures in like bucolic English countryside, and he deliberately disrupts the frame and how those people are being shown in that landscape. Matilda Soos Rasmussen is a model. So she took back images of herself that had been taken by photographers. She deliberately didn't ask them for permission. Her argument was that it is part of the work that I don't ask permission because it's a picture of me. So I have every right to have that as an image. So Martin J, he sort of models it up a bit. He says, you know, photography, he argues, isn't necessarily related to perspectivism. Sorry, I can't say it. He relates it more to Baconian observation. So this idea of empiricism, that we can look at things, and by gathering more and more visual evidence, that is how we're going to build our knowledge of the world. Which, when you think about it, like, how do we make that step, though, from having looked at lots of individual examples to generating knowledge? This is Eric Kessel's. He did a display, it's a few years ago now, where he gathered all the images from the internet on one day, he said, and printed them out just to show the sheer volume. Now it would be way more, but at the time it seemed quite overwhelming. But I think that's quite interesting, isn't it? Like, how is it that we used to feel that we could learn something from those individual images, but now, because there are more of them, which in a way should be more accurate, it just feels harder to interpret. So I was thinking about Alan Sakula when he talks about how distinctive individual features we have to extrapolate like an average or some kind of an ideal in order to gain knowledge from those individual examples. And you can also think of Roland Barthes as well, who writes about something similar. But then I was thinking, is that what photography does, though? Doesn't it? By putting something under a glass surface, removing it from the world, it can create something unchanging, like some kind of ideal that then could even be reproduced over and over and over. So like Sleeping Beauty in her box, in her coffin, or maybe like Barbie in her, you know, presentation pack. And Bruno Latour, he even references Sleeping Beauty. He talks about a nature that's transcendent, unknowable, inaccessible. exact and simply true, people with entities that lie dormant, like the Sleeping Beauty. So his argument is that we don't actually see the world in this way, and we never have done. But this is like the sort of structure of knowledge that we're working on based on this idea of empiricism. So then I started thinking about not just technologies of display, but technologies of duplication or multiplication. So say, for example, at the World Expo in Paris, they built a whole room of mirrors. So, you know, you have Versailles, built at the end of the 17th century, the first, you know, really big use of mirrors outside of Venice. But then we get to the stage of mass production where you can create whole mirrored rooms that anyone in Paris could go and see. They have a version, which I quite like. It's not the original, it's a version of this room in the Musée Gravin in Paris, which is like their Madame Tussauds. So you can go in there and experience it. And it's quite a mad experience. I found it really strange personally, because obviously each moment that we experience is impermanent and also ever changing. However, in this room, you're trying to get this sensation of infinite reproducibility. So then, you know, by this time, a whole year had gone by. So I was making the next Photo Works annual. So I called it Multi-Multi, and I wanted to explore this idea of image replication as evidenced by photography. So both photographs that show how we replicate stuff in our society, but also thinking about photography as, again, like some kind of ideal through images we can replicate over and over and over. Fox Talbot invented image replication after photography was invented. So it's not that these ideas seemed linked at one and the same time. You know, in London, the center of industrial capitalism, he had the idea that it would be great to be able to reproduce the same thing over and over and over. So again, I wrote an essay and I invited people to contribute, and I was able to include lots of photographers. This was quite a simple project, mixed messages. These guys just put together archive images, like one would be on one side and the other on the other side of the spread, drawing out some of the replications. So, you know, I never thought really about how similar a load of Nazi soldiers could look to a load of Coke bottles, but they do look very similar. And what they have in common is that there's some kind of an ideal. There's like, you know, an ideal Nazi soldier that's being reproduced over and over and over. And there's an ideal Coke bottle that's being reproduced over and over and over. And anywhere you are in the world, you can buy it and have the same experience. This is Yuxing Chen. She's a Chinese artist based in the UK now. So she was looking at chinoiserie in Victorian Britain, this kind of appetite for images of China and how it was reproduced. So this is the Tower of Nanjing, which was reproduced over and over and over again in Victorian postcards, then sent out around the world across the colonies, to the extent that there's a replica of it in Kew Gardens that has the wrong number of floors. This is Sarah Hodges by Marcel Top. So obviously, you can see the links with AI, that we're going to gather all of these different little bits of empirical evidence, and then we're going to pull out an average or an ideal from them. So Sarah Hodges he did a search on social media for people who had written, "I love Trump." And this is like, you know, the image of the woman who says, "I love Trump" the most. So if you put all of those images together and aggregate them, that's who you get. I also love this book, The Future Without You, by Thomas Sovan and Max Pinkers. So they, in a rubbish dump in China, they gathered loads of images like stock photography. So, you know, the idea is that a publishing company like mine would have an image that they could use for any old article about technology. So this was, these stock photos were made at the start of the internet when it's being introduced to workplaces. So this is sort of showing, you know, this is how it will be. I love it because the guys at the bottom are very repetitive. I also love it because when we did a launch event during Paris Photo, and this guy, we invited people from the audience to take over the microphone because we want to, you know, make a gesture of not being like I am now with my fourth wall in front of me, speaking at you, and you're not able to speak back. But this guy popped up who looks exactly the same. And I thought, I thought about how these stock images, it seems like something quite neutral, but you know, if that's how we learn as humans, by seeing things over and over, then it's probably only natural that we then act out what we see, which sort of led me to Trump as well. And his use of image repetition is quite interesting in this photo, I think. Anyway, so I kind of done looking at the medium of photography here, but I'm still interested in the same ideas. So then I started thinking a bit more maybe about the subjects, like what are we looking at in these photographs? And I was thinking about the horror films and the fact that, you know, they show things coming back out through the glass, but also the status of horror films, that they're kind of a bit B-movie-ish and they're somehow a bit inappropriate. I was sort of wondering, you know, why is it that we don't really appreciate horror films, and is it because they do disturb the idea of being a distant spectator? But I feel like I've been to quite a lot of academic conferences where people talk about, you know, images of suffering, and is it commoditizing to see, you know, really gory pictures, or does it touch us emotionally? Does it move us? But I was thinking more about images of desire, mostly because I went to see an exhibition called Love Songs, which was on at the MAP, it was lots of pictures of artists with their lovers. Basically, loads of them were having sex. So I was sort of walking around the gallery like, wow, this is wild. Like, we're looking at these images, but we're in this white space and we're all being like really distant observers, behaving as one does in a gallery. And I was thinking that's quite strange, isn't it? And they had these display cases where Leela Dare had a collection of vintage porn magazines. So they're like, you know, beneath the glass. So we look at them like they're specimens. I was thinking, you know, originally those magazines would have been consumed so differently in ways that would emotionally and like even physically move the viewer. But obviously porn films are also B-movies. We also find them a bit inappropriate, maybe because, again, we're not being distant. So Martin Jay, he talks about different scopic regimes. And one of the ones that he posits is the idea of a Baroque scopic regime, which is more to do with disrupting the surfaces, which, you know, I was looking at in the thing. Or it might also be to do with desire. He says desire in its erotic as well as metaphysical forms courses through the Baroque scopic regimes. The body returns to dethrone the disinterested gaze of the disincarnate Cartesian spectator. I really like The Body Returns. That's another great horror film in the making, I think. So anyway, the next issue of BJP, which we're just finishing now, that's like my main gig. I'm the editor of BJP. So this is coming out at the beginning of December. And it's all about like images of desire, like do they like touch us in some way and like move us in a way that brings back the body and our emotions? And is that a nicer way to deal with the world? Or do they even more commodify the world? You know, is it terrible that, you know, images of sex can be something that are commoditized or, you know, put behind glass that we scrutinize in a distant kind of a way? So the cover is by Rotimi Fani Coyote. I really like the hand because, you know, he's wearing a glove, so he can't actually feel either. There's also a surface between him and his own body. Also, it kind of reminded me of the Thing from the Addams Family. So yeah, we've got, and then there was The Night, which is a book by Claudio Pogo and Magdalena Roy-Soccer. It's like images of a vintage French porn film from the 20s that had been put into a scrapbook. But the images are quite damaged and they further damaged them and they added images kind of like related to the idea of a vampire story. So, you know, Dracula is written as if it's a dossier. It's a collection of so-called bits of evidence, but those bits of evidence only elude you further. You don't get to the bottom of the mystery through gathering these bits of evidence. And then, this is an interview with the Bishopsgate Institute, which has a massive archive relating to LGBTQ, which includes loads of pornography, basically. So we did an interview with the archivist. And this is one of the images that he gave to us to use. And it's physique photography, and the numbers on the guys are there because you can buy the prints. So you use the number to order the print. But I don't know, do we feel that these images, like, you know, reach out through the fourth wall and, like, you know, provoke us in a way that makes us no longer distance? Or does it kind of feel like the numbers are almost like a menu on which you might be able to order a guy? So I had a bit more to say, but I will stop there because I'm out of time. Thank you.
Much a fascinating lecture. I think this topic is so important. I was wondering about the connection of this objective gaze that came with the scientific revolution and its effect on.
Sorry, could you speak up? I have a burst eardrum.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I just wondered about the effect of this objective gaze that came with the scientific revolution and how it connects to the effects of that, which, you know, to me, part of the effect is cruelty and destruction. And I suppose distancing ourselves from the world has consequences that, I mean, maybe nobody could really predict. But I also wondered because I think when Darwin started his journey, and I was reading something about, you know, how he started out, and pretty much the first thing he did is starting to kill things and dissect them.
Sorry, I missed the last bit.
So when Darwin, you know, went out on his journey, I remember reading an account of it, and I think he sort of alighted at the shore of Africa somewhere, and he started pretty much immediately killing things and dissecting things.
Yeah, I mean, yes, like, what can I say? Like, I feel that it's a way of engaging with the world that therefore allows you to not relate to other things and therefore treat them as objects that you can just do at will what you will to them. But I was recently at the Royal Geographical Society, and they had a woman, their archivist, talking about some of their really early photographs, which was super interesting. And she was saying that many of the early photographers were doctors. And she was saying, you know, these were, you know, men of science, so they would understand like some of the chemical processes that needed to be done. And but I was thinking maybe there's also something about, like, you know, that sort of medical gaze is another sort of detachment. So in fact, another thing that I had to show you was a photo of my son when he was still in my womb, and how his head was wedged into my ribs, basically. But the doctors didn't really take that very seriously. And so in the end, I was like, oh, can I get another scan though? And then they were like, oh, yes, there's not enough amniotic fluid, so you need to have an immediate cesarean. Like, but I don't know, like, at the same time, like, Martin J talks about how this sort of detached scientific gaze is a useful fiction. So it's not that I'm an anti-vaxxer or I want to abandon science. I guess what I'm questioning is if we think that a distant gaze can come with some disadvantages, is it a positive thing that we're adopting it more and more? So, you know, obviously there are more and more images everywhere. If we're increasingly engaging with the world in that way, how does that affect how we engage with the world?
Hi, Diane. I thought it was a really fascinating talk. One thing that I was struck with, and just in answer almost, or to sort of converse with you about that question that you just asked, which was right at the beginning, I found it really perfect the way you sort of found yourself in front of that shop window. So, and there was this gap between you and the plate of glass and the objects behind it. And part of, you know, this, the sort of relationship of the viewer to the image and the space between, and that space is absolutely crucial between the viewer and whatever it is that we're looking at, and which, you know,
is known as the transitional space or potential space. And I just wondered if you wanted to say anything about that, really.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. So my son's not very into being dragged around galleries. He's done it too much, but he's really into VR. So I always find that interesting. Like they're pitched as an immersive experience, and they do feel closer in that you're kind of, you know, surrounded by the world that you're in. But then ultimately you're not physically there, and you're seeing it. There might be sounds that are related to it, and there might be vibrations, but you're not actually there engaging with it, and it can't come back and touch you either. So again, it's very kind of one way. You don't have this sense like the horror film where something can come back at you. So yeah, I don't know really, but it's something I've been thinking about. For example, as well, the phantasmagoria in early photography, where you would go into a space and it would be kind of immersive and it would be scary as well. Like it would try to move you emotionally. So maybe there wasn't this sense so much of detachment, but I'd say you are still detached from images always.
Would you, what I'm thinking as well is that this idea of the imagination, the space for the imagination of the viewer to actually, so that's where you're scared of the thing coming back to hit, to, you know, come out of the frame and meet you. But you know it's not going to. So there's this gap where you have a sort of suspension of disbelief between yourself and the, and I think that's possibly, I mean, it can never be, you can never meet it, can you?
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of uncertainty, like, you know, abandon the world of pseudo certainty. It seems really hubristic to me to think you always know. So, you know, in the early scientific revolutions, we've been so confident we know everything. Oh no, there's global warming. We hadn't predicted that. So I suppose it's also, you know, like the idea of the sublime or the real, or it's beyond us tiny, puny humans to really understand and engage with the world. So we should always leave that gap, that there might be surprises and things we don't know about.
I was struck by the image of Snow White in the protected by the glasswork and the repetition of the Coca-Cola bottles and the Nazi army. It seems to me that we have come full circle. So if I think back at the classic image of a statue of the ideal body, and what from, I guess, from Manet to modern art, that all the artist work that strive to break down this idealized image, it just feel as if we are getting more alienated from the concept of belonging. So I was thinking also what was presented this morning about truth, that our detachment from reality makes us lose the truth, the true subjectivity of what is in front of us. Just a reflection of what I was trying to connect, or the concept of truth.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I guess that's why I'm quite interested in this book of essays by Takehiro, because he comes from a different cultural tradition, which is more about like impermanence, and like the idea that you're really engaging with the environment that you're in. Yeah.
Sorry, just a quick one. It feels to me like you're making a strong case for embracing and accepting the subjectivity of photography, rather than looking at it and saying this is an objective media. In any way that it's used, it clearly cannot be. Do we need, as a culture, to learn more that it is always subjective, and it will always be in someone's service and at the beck and call of somebody else's point of view. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. But maybe we discuss this a lot in the photography world, which is great. But maybe this thinking needs to emerge outside the photography world more. So yeah, more people are educated in this kind of critical thinking about photographs. Yeah.
Well, this will be the last one, I think.
So a line from a song that just came into my mind by an a cappella group called Sweet Honey in the Rock. There were no mirrors in my nana's house. The beauty of the world was found through her eyes.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny when you think about it, isn't it? That 200 years ago, people wouldn't have ever seen a photograph. So it's relatively recent that we're surrounded by lots of photographs, and mirrors wouldn't have been widespread either. Or so this is quite new. It's just that because we've grown up with it, it doesn't seem as new as it is, maybe. But yeah.
Our next paper is from Jermaine Francis. Jermaine is a multidisciplinary artist who primarily works with photography and video. His practice investigates these mediums and how they shape our understanding of a visual culture, exploring their roles in storytelling and the construction of memory. Today, Jermaine will be delivering a paper on his work engaging with the body and archive, Once Upon a Time, a Gospel in Racial Time.
Good morning. In a typical sermon, I've got my Sunday best on with my collar shirt. My mum would be proud being a deacon now. Probably not what I'm going to say, but she's a Baptist, so it's fine. It's about the Anglican Church, so we can get away with that. So this is a project that I have still working on. It's a work in progress. I'm going to tell you about part 1 and part 2, and it's about an archive that I was exposed to in the Bodleian. It's 2 actual pieces of work. And I'm going to just... No archives arise out of thin air. Each archive has a prehistory in the sense of prior conditions of existence. Walter Benjamin. Oh, I like a bit of Walter Benjamin. To articulate the past historically does not mean to recognize it the way it really was. It means to seize hold of a memory as it flashes up at a moment of danger. So I've heard a lot of conversations about truth. I've heard a conversation about analog and getting back to good times. The question is, who's good times and who's truth? I don't really think about photography as a truth. I think about it in the terms of a temporality. Idea of telling stories, who shapes those stories, who disseminates, and where the dead body's at, as Arthur Jafer would say. So this project kind of tries to deal with that, tries to deal also with the nature of photography itself, the photograph as an unstable object, as Barthes would mention. Or more than mention. Wow.
So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them.
Now, if you spoke to any of my friends, even my mom, that I'd be looking at the Bible, reading the Bible and going through theology, they'd probably laugh quite hard. But that's what's been going on with the Francis at the moment. So this project looks at what I call two specific objects of colonialism by the Anglican Church. One is called the Slave Bible. It's a select Bible that was created for Negro slaves in the British West Indies. Second is a photographic project, which was created by the Society for the Propagation of Foreign Parts, which was in the 50s, which was a form of propaganda, which took the rights away from a photographer who made them, photographed them, took them, and use it as a book as propaganda for the missionary wing. In order to deal with the material and these objects, I was thinking about how do I deal with this complicated material, but also to be honest about how this material and my project is shaped. And I decided to think about the idea of a multiple protagonists. And these multiple protagonists would be about the ideas, the people I've leaned into who've shaped these ideas. Myself is a protagonist. Everyone's a protagonist in this, the viewer, the institutions. That the idea of photography is this kind of idea of an objectivity. Forgets about who creates it, who produces it, who influences it, where does it come from. It doesn't sit in a silo. We talk a lot about photography and the creation, the aura of the author and the yada, yada, yada. But really, when we think about the dissemination, the consumption is involved in the production of meaning and how they tell stories in an archive and histories of the past. So we're going to go through a little list of protagonists who have influenced the work. It all started with core Oxford Brooks, with Yelena Stojkovic, Helena Kazan, who I love you both, for allowing me to have the space to come and find this project. Here we go. Bit of meta there, Weston Library. Here's where it first started in the Weston Library, being introduced to the archive. Another protagonist, the Weston Library, the institution that holds it. Bishop Bilby Porteous and the Society for the Propagation of Foreign Parts. Both societies, both people, are involved in the production of both of these objects. The Select Bible itself. The Haitian Revolution. Brian Heseltine, the photographer. The people in the photographs of the West Indies. Darren Manubri. Frederick Douglass, who's disappeared. Sylvia Winter. Sorry, it's Ariella Ashiazule. I apologize. Stuart Hall, Jacques Derrida. Sorry for my really bad pronunciation. And a photograph of myself as a protagonist. Remember, this is simulacra, it is a representation of me, so it's not really the truth. It is a representation of me. We are all protagonists in this story. Technology didn't work. Anyway, Deuteronomy. Or Deuteronomy, you should have said.
Deuteronomy.
There you go.
Deuteronomy.
Thank you. Down from above. So this project is basically evolving, responding to archival projects, materials, and they're manifesting in the form of a montage from the research I did at Brooks in the Bodleian Library. What it does is actually articulate the Anglican Church's complicity in colonialism. And its religious teachings weren't about trying to present any kind of form of emancipation or any form of freedom for those Black slaves, Black people in the West Indies. It was more about presenting a framework of colonial ideas of humanity, which is based purely on hierarchies of close to European Western thought. The closer you are to being white European was basically closer to being a good religious person and a good person in the Anglican Church, and more civilized. That's a very, very big word to use, what that means. Also, distance is important, like the distance of a lens, the distance of colonial violence has allowed these stories, these ideas, because they've happened in faraway places from this country, to kind of be less amplified, let's say, or the intricacies of these stories. Controversial, I know, but hey. So this is the sermon by Bilby Porteous, who's a bishop. He's a bishop of Chester. Now, in a lot of history books, or also Wikipedia, says that he was an abolitionist. But there is a paradox and a contradiction going on in that kind of positioning. Because when you actually read the sermons and the scriptures, they do not suggest that. They suggest something very different that's going on within the writings. So the creation of the slave Bible is, let's say, condoned. Whether it was actually produced by Bilby Porteous, no one kind of really knows, but it was definitely something that he was involved in. And we have to talk about the political and cultural conditions of when this was produced. It's in reaction to the Haitian Revolution, which happens years before. The Haitian Revolution, if anybody doesn't know, is the overthrowing in Haiti by black slaves of the masters and the rulers to become a democratic country. In the British West Indies, obviously Anglican Christianity was wanting to be taught, but the slave plantation owners were obviously very nervous. Literacy could be seen as a problem. If you could read, if you could understand, means you could probably resist and question. And that was a problem to the plantation owners. The Anglican Church had their agenda. They wanted, obviously, as part of the project, and the colonial project, to teach Anglican Christianity. Now, this was framed also as a way, if you could teach black slaves in the plantations to be good religious Christians, they could also be good workers. So you get into this conversation, this strange kind of idea of between the plantation owners and the Anglican Church about how you can basically teach the Bible without creating any kind of ruptures or problems or any ideas of self-emancipation. A lot of the ideas of which come out of this sermon is based upon the idea of how it can be beneficial to the plantation owners, which is family values. If you're able, remember, at this time when this Bible is published, which is 1807 originally, the transatlantic slave trade has stopped, but the slavery hadn't stopped. There's something very important to remember. It was illegal to basically import slaves into what would be the British West Indies. But slavery was still there, happening, going on, used, whatever word, it existed. So I'll give you an idea of the Anglican Church position. If you could basically bring the black slaves away from the barbarism that they held, from coming from Africa to ones who are born on a plantation, that means encourage families. You could create your own workforce. Those babies would become workers. You could create your own slave workforce. And that was the point of that positioning. You can see here, even into 1825, on the inventory, tells you on the page 11, you see the Select Bible. You're probably all wondering what this has to do with photography. Well, it will have, you will see later on. People have to remember, so there's the two societies, the Society for the Propagation of Foreign Parts and the Society of the Education of Negro Slaves. So I'm trying to, bit of a mouthful. And they have this conversation which talks about the philosophical advantages of black people, black slave Negroes being involved in divine worship. And it's never about what I'm trying to say is it's not about the people or the black slaves being free or being made better. It's purely in the form of production for the slave owners and the plantation owners. At this time, we've had revolutions, well, I would say not revolution, but uprisings going on. So the Maroons rebel in Jamaica. You have an insurrection in Grenada. So that whole kind of fear of the other, of an uprising is very much prevalent in the British West Indies within the plantation owners. I'm not even going to pronounce it because my French will be terrible. I will attempt. Toussaint Louverture. Is Toussaint. Thank you. This is the Select Bible. Now, this Bible redacts 90% of the New Testament. Sorry, 90% of the Old Testament, 50% of the New Testament, skipping directly from Genesis to Exodus. It does include the 10 Commandments. So you can see that this is a redacted Bible. It's about teaching what is acceptable for the plantation owners. More enslaved babies would mean more labor and more profit, is quoted here. But there's also a strange instability in this redacted reading, because when I started to look at this Bible, and I'd read an essay by Jill Hicks Layton, a theologian, she says there's slippage in the Bible, in this particular Bible. And Exodus does appear, weirdly enough, and it does mention bondage in one sentence, 2 sentences. No one knows why, no one knows how in this supposedly redacted Bible that appears, but it does appear. This is the Society of Propagation of Foreign Parts emblem, and they had the Codrington estate. They had received this from Codrington, and they themselves had slaves, and they also branded their slaves with this emblem. So you can see the Anglican Church and the missionary wings are directly involved in the process of slavery. The Codrington College would be born out of the plantation. By Christopher Codrington. This is in Barbados. This is a history of the timeline of the important dates in Codrington College. It's quite interesting, those dates. There's not really a mention about the slaves they owned, the numbers who died, the numbers who were branded. Life on the Codrington estate. And in my research, I found this image of a former slave who was unable to leave the Codrington for economic reasons. So, of course, people who'd worked on there, that was the only job that they had. That was the only job that they knew. Here's what the SPG received of the loss of the Codrington plantation's 300 slaves. I like the bit at the bottom, to recognize the essential contradiction between humanity in all its fullness and income generating property. So this comes to this particular archive, which is a set of images which were taken by Brian Heseltine. He was commissioned by the Society for the Propagation of Foreign Parts for a book called Mrs. Roberts Goes to the West Indies. The camera. Brian Heseltine was a South African photographer. He had photographed South Africa in the 50s, early 50s, late 40s. He looked at the black working class communities. And he was commissioned by the SPG to go to the West Indies to take part in this project and make these images. So what I found were just contact sheets. There were no negatives. there were no other points of reference apart from this book. And some of the contact sheets are damaged, some of them are missing. It's actually logged as, I mean, when I looked at it, it was logged as the Heseltine archive, which I think is kind of interesting because they took his rights away from the images. So the SPG owns all the rights to these images, apparently. But Heseltine was removed. I was intrigued about this archive and like about these events, where he'd come from, why had it been produced, who had asked to produce it, where did it exist? This is where Darren Newbury comes into, and I want to thank Darren Newbury for his paper on this archive, because it was a really important piece of information, an important piece of research that helped guide me in the early days. So these images were made also around the same time as The Family of Man, 1955, The Family of Man was exhibited. So this book comes out at that point, the published book of Mrs. Roberts Goes to the West Indies. So Mrs. Roberts, who is, the name of the book was the head of the Mothers' Union, which was another form of the Anglican Church missionary wing. The images accompanied text and images, and in full framework of what Mark Seeley refers to photography in racial time. There's the way that they were shown was a contained reductionism, visualization of infantilization of a black subject. Now, what was interesting about the archive was when I looked through it, Newbury had said that the archive was actually much wider than that kind of sort of representation. I started to look through it quite fully. And he had actually attempted to show a wide kind of version of the West Indies, and much wider than the church really wanted. So he'd shown people on different islands. Obviously, there are no names, which, of course, they don't exist. So there are problems with that, totally. But in a sense of some of the subject matter, they apparently were not picked. And as I started to actually look into these projects more, there was something that was quite interesting about what would the, as Stuart Hall talks about, where do archives get produced? Where do they come from? What's the motivation? And why do they exist? And who's controlling them and for what? More images from the archive, or from this particular archive. So I wanted to look and try and find the book. I'd missed out on the book while I was looking through the archive. I ended up buying a copy of the book. And so Newbury sort of reveals that they had controlled all the images. They'd removed Heseltine's control of even the dissemination. There was an exhibition called Window on the West Indies, that was showed in St. Martin's Lane. But there was also another sort of question. We talk about truth when we talk about this photography as evidence. Who is it for? The people in these images would not have seen these images. These images would have been shown in this country. Newbury called the essay the photographic imagination of the society of the propagation of foreign parts. And actually this book and this whole project that's what it's about. You know, in some ways I'd explain that Heseltine's relationship with the SPG in the sense of the photographs and what he was making was very much in the same way you could say the parallels the FSA under Roy Stryker. The photographs were selected, circulated. The production of meaning, their truth, was very much controlled by this institution of the SPG. So this is the ephemera, and this is the front cover of the book. And that thing we talked about just before with Diane, the idea of distance, this is an articulation of that idea of distance. But photography can create, can produce. As I said again, these people would never see the images of themselves. They do not have names. They're props in this kind of colonial project. within. This was about showing the diocese of the Anglican Church in the British West Indies. Here, Mrs. Roberts. Heseltine is credited. If you go to 15 Tufton Street, you can still see the sign of the Society of the Propagation of Foreign Parts, which I have photographed. Apparently, I think the Arts Council was in that building at one point. I need to check that again, but I find that quite funny and amazing. These are how the images were published in the actual book. There's about, I think, 15 to 20 images, and they are all like this with these captions. Christ's faithful soldier, sick and ye visited me. You know, you can, the book was basically a form of propaganda. But what was also really interesting, which I'll put Katie Barron on the spot here and David Campany, is that they've said that it reminded them of the design in Lilliput. And that was quite a fascinating revelation, because what it did, it also articulated the Anglican Church of this particular missionary wing. They were very aware of visual culture, of visual language, and photography's power to present a particular kind of temporality. You think about also, we don't talk about aesthetics. There's aesthetics in a particular kind of documentary photography, humanist photography. And this idea of this photographic position, this power of a photograph that can override everything else. Everything, that kind of objectivity in humanist kind of position on a photography. Well, we know that's not true, don't we? We know that's problematic. But the church leans into that ideal and leads into it really well. I mean, I give props to the church. They're a brilliant branding agency. I mean, they are really good at working with iconography and imagery. But what I must stress is that the underlying thing, the underlying thread that works between the slave Bible and this particular book's Mrs. Roberts, is that it's based around the idea of the people of the British West Indies. Their future is not their own. Their future is controlled by someone else, which is the British. And their idea of their own emancipation, their own culture, their own kind of equality, their worth is based around being close to a European thought and white European thought. And that thread runs through both of these books in their manifestation of what the message they're giving. Here's Lilliput. Here's Mrs. Roberts. When you read the text as well in the book, so the images are always based next to the written text. And there's a narration from Mrs. Roberts, and it gives the tones. And what we have to think about is also, again, where the context of a photograph sits. The serial of the photograph, as Bart calls the syntax, what is created from that message. And through this repetition of these imageries next to this kind of narration, through this text, you start to get this kind of idea of the church saying, we are part of this project and we are still important. Remember, there are different agencies coming into the Caribbean. There is United States, there's Canada, who are coming in for the minerals of bauxite. They're mining, they're extracting. Mormons are coming in. The Baptists have been there earlier, who have been teaching emancipation. My mom's a Baptist, so she's quite happy about that fact. So probably that's why she's been really helpful. But anyway, that's just some internal religious stuff. But hey, but there is this positionality that's going on. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what Heseltine's intentions are. They don't really matter, because he no longer controls the dissemination of the images and where they sit, who they sit with, and who's controlling them. Lilliput again, just to reiterate. So here's some text that kind of accompanies the photographs. Barbados, Little England. Barbados is seen, sorry to anyone who's from Barbados, there's no kind of, I'm not putting any into island stuff there. It's seen as a representation of a good island, of how it should be, how black people in the West, black and brown people in the West Indies should be. It's the nearest West Indian island to England, both physically and in other respects. It has been longest in the British position. But then we go to British Guyana. Progress creates problems. Now, British Guyana at this point, and it's really interesting, was Brian Heseltine's images of the landscape. British Guyana has its elections, and it is the People's Party wins. The People's Party is a left-leaning socialist party. That is seen as problematic by the British establishment and also by the Anglican Church. Sorry about the quality of this. The progressive policy of part of the colonial office goes back quite a long way. It was evidence in increasing degree of civil government which was being granted, but April 1953 elections show how easily such self-government could get into the hands of the wrong people. And by Dr. Jagan, elected leading minister, has shown by his actions that he is partly did not have the best interests of Guyana in the forefront of his mind. They had to be removed. And they were removed to a negative removing of an alien force. I don't think I need to, like, you know, learn about what's going on here. So the church advocate this. They think it's fine. And they write this in this book. Or Mrs. Roberts writes this on behalf of the SPG. I found this later on. It's a book published by the SPG, Communism and the Church. And it's a fascinating insight into the church's ideas of communism and what has concerned them. They actually kind of praised communism for really great propaganda, their way to use iconographic vision, that the church needs to lead into this. And I think this is interesting that this is written around, published not around the same time. And we have this production of this photographic book, this project, this publication. These were the National Archives, and this is the surveillance files, which were, which are in the National Archive, you can see. And this is Dr. Jagan, who was removed for being a communist. This was the image taken by Heseltine. This is the People's Progressive Party. And this image definitely doesn't appear in the publication. But it was interesting to see that Heseltine was looking at all these things as well through this kind of project, through this archive, trying to show what is the West Indies, what's happening, the political framework behind everything. Newbery said that the church had said they didn't trust him, or the Society of the Propagation of Foreign Parts did not trust him. So, quickly, the project. So I'm sitting here, I'm having, you know, at the end of the day, I'm taking Newbery's images, which are not mine. I'm taking this text, which is not mine. But I'm thinking about this idea of reimagining, giving this voice. And I'd spoken to a lot of people. There's also a thing about actually presenting this wider archive of Heseltine as a way of undermining, of presenting a kind of resistance, of refusal. And I'd been reading Sylvia Winton and talking about these positions of coloniality, about imagery and representation. I came across Frederick Douglass's conceptual idea in photography, which was called the revenant. Really interesting concept. During his papers when he writes to Abraham Lincoln. And so what I do, what I do is that I become possessed by the duppy, this, you know, the spirituality of Fred Douglass, in order to fully embody this revenant and go forwards back in time. I mean, it's not literally, but I metaphorically do, philosophically do, to try and produce this imagery. These are the damaged contact sheets from the archive.
The revenant.
One that returns from the dead. And here is me embodying Frederick Douglass through the beauty of the problematic imagery of AI. I literally embody the Revenant, hence the outfit today. Now, this concept envisioned by This Revenant concept envisioned by Frederick Douglass, that photography could revive or resurrect Black people from the social death of slavery, to counter the distorted representations of Black identity, making them full humans. Laura Wexler writes, it could deflect and reifying the gaze back upon the oppressor, return, send back for another. From one's own self and people, the camera's unprejudiced gaze could undercut the slave power's ostensible truth. I don't think Douglas is saying that it's an unprejudiced gaze. What he's trying to do is find a language to counter the prejudiced gaze, try and turn it, create a duality. It's an interesting conversation where Wexler talks about the difference between Barthes' position of death and Lucida, where he sees photography was personal, individual. You know, he's talking about the death of, you know, his mother, but also a photograph can't be shown. And other photographs of people who are shown doesn't really talk about what's behind that. But hey, we'll leave that for Fred Moten or someone like that. But for Douglas, it's one that was beyond the individual, the Revenant, a public social transformation to challenge the dominant gaze and present an alternative. For him, it was looking to present for the nation a better future. So I would engage and be possessed by the Duppy spirit, the Revenant, to reconstruct and reimagine these images, montages as continuous shifting attempts to position the viewer, to make a number of multiple considerations. Ideas such as Black labor, Black temporalities in history, religion, the photograph, the archive, its place in racial time, also refusal and resistance. Explain how the images were presented. Go on. So the images collapse together. In the images, I sort of semi-redact Negro to be turned into no slave, but still to reveal what was written. I will not hide what was written, but I will make an intervention. So I would collapse this imagery into this space. Here is the slippage from the House of Bondage. I would lead into the ideas of glissande and opacity. Things that you won't be able to understand, but things you'll be forced to interrogate as well. Things won't be clear, but layered. These images were shown at first part at Peckham 24. I used vitrines to refer to the institutional language of how images are shown. And we presented the images in archive boxes with a frame and a magnifying lens. And I went and bought Anglican prayer kneelers, and you were forced to pray as a process to interrogate as one as the images, but also as a performance by the viewer. And this idea of photography being beyond the idea of a sense or emotion or a feeling. Sometimes we ask, how do photographs make you feel? It leans into the ideas of Tina Kant, another protagonist in this, or Fred Moten, a phonic substance, a Black phonic substance. So it was the idea of how would this also make you feel in relation to these images? People think it's just about, we go back again, this idea of this objectivity or this idea within this picture, but it's not. It's about actually where they exist. And I was forcing you to exist in this space. Here's a picture of my mom doing a bit of semi-praying, doing a bit of interrogation. Always like to slip her in there now and again. It was also looking into photography's spatial capabilities as well.
Revelation.
Images of part 2 and get revelation.
Revelations.
There you go. This was the part 2, where the images from the publication are inserted in this montage spatial space. And the reason being was what I wanted to do was not just show the imagery, but the actual the political, cultural language that was being made around these images. But also not just about people being victims, Black people being victims. I wanted to put in ideas of resistance, conversation, story of Mary Prince, the story of a lot of women, Black women, whose voices aren't amplified in these stories about what happened in slavery because they resisted in different ways, which aren't always written about. And that
The rejection of two.
And I will leave you on that, as part 3 will be continued at some point soon. And that is the end of the sermon and the presentation of gospel in a racial time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jermaine. That was incredible. We have a couple minutes for maybe a couple questions.
Thank you for the presentation on the project. There's one aspect to it which I didn't quite grasp, which was about the ownership of copyright from Heseltine's work, and you said that it was removed from him. So could you talk a little bit more about what did he own it and there was a legal challenge, or what happened?
From Darren Newbury's research and things I've looked into, it doesn't seem there was any legal challenge. The images, he showed an edit of the images at the exhibition, but Newbury says that they took control of the images. Newbury doesn't seem to suggest they're in his archives. And it's rarely mentioned that he made this project. It's always about the South African project I always see coming up. So it seems that the SPG seemed to control them. And I found that quite odd and quite interesting that could happen.
But so did they commission him to?
It is a commissioned project that they commissioned him to do. Yeah. It wasn't a project that he did it of his own back. They selected him.
Does the paperwork for the commission survive in the archive?
It doesn't. Nothing's really surviving in the archive from what I remember, apart from all there are contact sheets and some ephemera. There aren't any negatives aren't any negatives at all.
Yeah.
And a copy of Mrs. Roberts. And the only person who's really written about this is Newby, and that's why I cite, him so heavily, because he did research this, I think in 2017 and 18, and he'd seen paperwork in archives which had letters to the government from, I think, the society saying they did not trust Darren Newby. That's where we need to control this, because they obviously realized, especially from his South African work and maybe his sensibility, that he's looking at a wider kind of representation of the space. But they would have picked him because of his work in South Africa. But it shows that they really understood what they were trying to do, which was create this form of propaganda. It reveals their actions, their intentions, how they've designed it. From the historical text from the past to the text that is in the actual book, if you read it, it is basically saying that Newby also is right. I did read the book, and he said that it acts like an anti-immigration book, because they're saying that if you let the church, the Anglican Church, carry on and be a part of this, we can stop these people coming over in droves. They will stay in their own country. They will be good people.
I mean, my reading of sort of pamphlets like that are that they're fundraising pamphlets.
It is a fun. It is partly
aimed at people.
It is. That St. Martin's Lane exhibition is about that. It's about trying to raise money because also the diocese, when I was reading the missionary documents, they are struggling for money because obviously there are all these new ages, baptisms are coming, Mormons are in, but they start to talk about communism in a really, really interesting way. They say that Russia knows where we are. That's like late 1940s, 50s. They took it's a missionary from, I think, either Trinidad and Tobago mentions that. And you do see the decline in not just financial, but also kind of real philosophical influence in, because also you're getting, you know, Jamaican nationalism is starting to begin. You're getting Manly, Bustamante. There's all these kind of conversations in Jamaica, British Guyana, well, Guyana, which was then British Guyana. They are, you know, and then you've got the rumblings of going on in Cuba. So the church is looking at all these things and looking about their position, their influence, and money is going to disappear or decline. So yeah, you're correct. They are like these fundraisers.
Thanks.
I think we've got time for one more question. If anyone, do you want to? Can you read it out, Tegan?
Yeah, I've got a question from Sarah online, who came to see your show at Peckham 24 last year. And the question is, they remember that there were a few people hesitant to interact with your kneeling cushions. They were asking permission from you to kneel. Were there any revelations from you based on witnessing how people interacted with your work at that event? And would that affect how you present it in the future?
That is a part of the work, but they refuse to kneel and they ask permission. You know, that's talking about that idea of power, that idea of control. But you can create from just such a simple thing like that. And I wouldn't change it. I was nefarious. I'm not going to, this wasn't, I did that deliberately. Because it was part of the work. It was part of this thing of making people do things which, and look at things and interrogate and thoughts that they may not even understand, and asking permission. That's what kind of a church does as well.
That was really good. Thank you, Jermaine. I'm just curious, again, following Richard's question, Heseltine,
yeah.
Did you ever discover what happened to him? I've never heard of him before. And
it's a bit sort of grey and sketchy what happens to him. He sort of kind of disappears. I'm not really sure, and I'm quite intrigued. The person who knows about him the most, I think, is Darren Newbury. He's the you know, I think he really does know a lot about what went on. There's a hand gone up. Oh, cool. There you go.
I've got quite a lot of his photographs and negatives because he knew when I was a child I was interested in photography, and so he gave me a whole load of stuff.
You might have some of these.
I don't think so, I'm afraid. But
Yeah.
I've got lots of his stuff from England. My parents and he were pretty much next door neighbours.
Yeah, because he came to England, didn't he, from South Africa, and then he went back and then came back again, from what I remember.
Yeah, he had a connection with St. Helena as well. There was some kind of family connection with that island, and his daughter, who I'm still in touch with, is what they call a saint.
All right.
Thank you so much. We're going to have to, we've got a break coming up now, but thank you so much, Jermaine. So we are back at 1:45 for the final panel. So we've just got a 15-minute comfort break. Thanks, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to take your seats, please. Thank you. Hush descends. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the closing panel of this symposium on the theme of truth, the archive and photography. My name is Richard Ovenden. I'm Bodleian Librarian and the Helen Hamlin Director of University Libraries here at the Bodleian and head of the group of cultural and scientific institutions in the university called Gardens, Libraries and Museums, GLAM. Ladies and gentlemen, and I'm sorry to disappoint you, I'm not wearing my silver lame jumpsuit this afternoon, so you'll just have to take me as you find me. But it's a great pleasure to be here and to introduce this panel and the topic. Of course, archives are what we do here. Underneath is 22 kilometers of them. We have about another 200, 300 kilometers of archives in our offsite storage facility. And so we like them here. But they are shrouded in layers of history, layers of meaning, layers of contextual and increasingly contested information, knowledge, and consideration. And I think that's the underlying theme of this closing panel is related to the role that archives or the archive, depending on how you define those things, relate to the idea of truth, the overriding theme of this 2025 edition of Photo Oxford. And I think from my perspective, truth is related to notions of fact, of evidence, and the perspective that individuals, communities, and society as a whole bring to those notions. And we, as Katie said at the start of this symposium, we live in a post-truth age, or at least that's a phrase that we're quite familiar with now. And it makes me think back to 2017 when Kellyanne Conway, President Trump's press secretary, introduced us to the idea that there could exist in the world such things as alternate facts. Quite a troubling thing for a librarian and an archivist to consider. And I think that the ideas of truth themselves are topics that I hope that we'll get to discuss this afternoon. Absolute truth, subjective truths, pragmatic truths, the coherence of truth. And then we come to the archive, and I said that I think there's we see archives as having evidential value. They bring facts into the world in tangible form that can be interrogated, but they also are created in moments of time. They're edited and curated in moments of time by individuals with all their frailties and failings. But by the fact of their preservation in institutions like this, they can be interpreted, revisited, reinterpreted, and new truths, new knowledge created for them, as we saw this afternoon with Germain's presentation. And when it comes to photography, of course, those ideas of truth, people like me grew up with the notion that the camera never lies. And but I think everyone in this room obviously knows that that was never true. It was never true in the days of William Henry Fox Talbot. It was never true for Gustave Le Gray. It wasn't true for Julia Margaret Cameron, for Robert Capa, and it certainly not true in the age of artificial intelligence and generative AI in general. But I think despite all those ideas of kind of contested truth and different versions of truth, in a post-truth age, we have to come to a position where we try to see truth as a measure of the reliability of knowledge. And I think that I'm constantly now in the last 5 or 6 years rereading Orwell's 1984, and there's a quote that I'd like to start off with, or to end my introduction, I should say. There was truth, there was untruth, and if you did not cling to the truth, you were mad. So enough of me. You've come to hear our very distinguished panel, and we have Edmund Clark, an artist interested in linking history, politics and representation through bookmaking, installation, photography, video, text and found materials, and he will start us off in a moment. Next to him is Crofton Black, an investigator and writer whose show is on at Pembroke College in the JCR Art Gallery. Crofton is a senior reporter at the international investigative newsroom Lighthouse Reports, specializing in technology and security topics, and who's acted as a consultant for complex international legal cases. And next to me is Taus Damani, an art historian specializing in photographer and somewhat formerly of this parish, who is a curator at the Photographers Gallery now, and her writing has been widely published in photo books and journals, and she's an associate editor of the award-winning publication Shining Lights, Black Women Photographers in the 1980s and 1990s Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very big hand to our very distinguished panel. So the format for this afternoon is that each of our panel members will give a short introduction to their thoughts on this topic. We will then have a conversation amongst ourselves. You're welcome to listen in. And we will then open up for questions from the audience.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Thank you very much. So on the screen behind you, you will see images from 2 projects that Crofton and I have made together. One is called Negative Publicity, which is about the CIA secret prison program and the extraordinary rendition process. And the second one coming up in a bit is called Cosmopolemos, which is about knowledge and power and meaning and the representation of American military power and the military industrial complex. So that's the work we have done together. I mean, I have also worked on other subjects like the detention camps at Guantanamo Bay and the use of control orders and counterterrorism measures in the United Kingdom. So to start with, in one kind of key element of the theme of truth in our work is that, and my work, is that we have been questioning kind of prevailing state and media narratives about unseen or underrepresented or very contested subjects. So we do that, I have done that not to provide a kind of alternative definitive truth, but to add complexity, to add detail, to question the narratives that we have seen on our screens, to reformulate, to reconfigure how these subjects are written about, talked about, seen, how our potential audiences experience those subjects. And one of the ways in which we do that is through this idea of scale, of trying to make connections between the personal and the global, the domestic and the geopolitical and the mundane and the awesome. It's about kind of ideas of proximity. On the one hand, to bring potential audiences close to the ethical and legal dilemmas surrounding the individuals who may be caught up in these subjects, but it's also at another level to look at and to suggest the operation of systems of power, systems of power which are creating these and controlling these experiences and these events, but which are also operating through the everyday and are kind of present in plain sight around us. One of the ways in which we have done that, and I've done that in my work, as you will see from the material behind us, is through creating assemblages of photographs and documents, of images and text, of looking at caches of material, be that kind of bureaucratic paperwork or data. So that's kind of using archives, but also creating archives ourselves. And in my work, in Crofton's research and work I've done about Guantanamo and controlled orders and other subjects, there are kind of bodies of material which are effectively material traces, which are left by these systems which are operating and controlling the events which we are interrogating. And I just want to think of a couple of images and ideas in relation to these material traces. And one is to misappropriate an idea from quantum physics, which is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, which is that you cannot measure the speed and position of a particle at the same time. You can either try and track it in motion and not see very much of it, or in isolation, you can look at it in detail when it is stopped, when it is frozen. I'd like to take that principle then to the idea of a snake that you can't really see when it's in motion because the markings on its skin camouflage it against the environment that it is moving through. However, every so often that snake will stop and it will shed its skin. And the skin that it sheds, or the pieces of that skin, are ways how we can see the traces on its back that it uses to camouflage itself in motion. So I just want to leave you with those two images.
Thank you. The second set of images you can see up there is some clips from Cosmopolemos, which is our new project, which is based around an archive of US military spending data between 2001 and 2021. Basically 20 years of military spending between the Pentagon and the private sector. And the book is about looking in different ways at that archive. And just very quickly to kind of situate it here today, I'm actually going to take the epigraph for this event, which I'm sure you all know by heart now, which is that sentence of Sontag's, that photographs which cannot themselves explain anything are inexhaustible invitations to deduction, speculation, and fantasy. And I'm actually going to say that the same thing is true of that data. It comes from a 43 million line data set of US military spending. But you could make the same point about it. It's real insofar as, apart from typos and errors and kind of fat thumb events in it, it reflects the reality of how money is spent. But it's also very hard to discern meaning in it. It has a very kind of highly deferred meaning. The first time I looked at this data, like 10, 15 years ago, I was trying to basically, as it were, make sense of it in a kind of traditional investigative journalism fashion, looking into it, finding stories, publishing stories. And, you know, sometimes this was possible, but increasingly, the more time I spent with it, the more I became interested in actually thinking about the overall relationship of this data set to knowledge itself. Like, how do we conceptualize knowledge? How do we know things? How do we think we know things? And these are questions I was asking myself, partly because they bridge my kind of two aspects of my work, like one being my more recent investigation of military contracting, and the other one being what I did before, which was inquiries into hermeneutics and theories of interpretation, looking at texts written several hundred years ago. And Cosmopolemos as a project kind of grew out of sticking these two things together and asking questions about what comes out. And you can see the result in Pembroke JCR.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for being here. I'm slightly worried about the AI subtitles because I have a thick French accent. So let's see how it works. I'm really happy to be back at Oxford. I spend way too many hours at the Bodleian, engaging with its collections and archives. So, and since then, been engaging with them mostly to think about histories of photography. So I wrote a little something which can be the beginning of a conversation. And yes, here we go. So 15 years ago, when I first began researching in a sort of academic context for what I considered like missing chapters of the history of photography, I'd been taught, or I thought the archives were silent. They seemed to have nothing to say about the stories, people, and practices I was looking for. But in truth, the archives were not missing. They were simply hidden, dispersed, and sleeping in plain sight. The traces were always there. They just demanded a different kind of attention, a different kind of effort. If something happened, if someone made, imagined, resisted, there is almost always some sort of residue. It might be a photograph, a flyer, a private collection of zines in someone's attic, or an anecdote told at a kitchen table. But the moment you start to gather those traces, you also start to encounter the archive as a living, flawed organism, full of omissions, shaped by prejudice, shaped by taste, by access, by what was deemed valuable or disposable. I used to believe that by working with these alternative collections, I could, quote unquote, right a wrong, that I could somehow correct the record. But then I realized the archive itself is not neutral ground. It's a field of relationships. It is not only about what is kept, but who keeps it, who animates it, who chooses to shine a light on it. The archive breathes through the people who mediate it. When Joy Gregory and I began working on the volume that would become Shining Lights, Black Women Photographers in 80s, 90s, published by MAC in collaboration with Photograph ABP, the first thing we agreed on was that the existence of ignored people, ideas, and works was never in doubt. It was always there. They were always there. Their truth was not in question. What was missing was public recognition. And then it becomes a conversation about, it becomes truth because it's seen, because it's recognized, because it's acknowledged, I guess. Their truth was not in question. What was missing was public recognition. The photograph, the story, the artist didn't need to be legitimized. They needed to be seen, spoken of, brought into circulation. In that sense, truth isn't something to be found in the archive. It's something performed through our engagement with it. And then there's memory, oral history, testimony, recollection. Over years of interviews with the Black British photography scene, I came to see how fragile, yet how rich this terrain is. Memory has its own system of curation, selective, emotional, sometimes contradictory. But perhaps that's the closest we get to truth, not the fixed record, but the tension between what's remembered, what's forgotten, and what we dare to recover. So when we speak of truth and photography, maybe we're not talking about the photograph as a transparent record at all. Maybe we're talking about the acts of looking, listening, and recollecting that surround it. Truth in this sense is not a fact to be unearthed, but a relationship to be sustained. Between image and viewer, between archive and witness, between what is seen and what insists on being seen again. Between what is seen and what insists on being seen again. Perhaps that's the invitation photography keeps offering us, an inexhaustible call, as Sontag said, and she's been quoted way too much today, to deduction, speculation, and fantasy. The archive does not close stories, it opens them. The question is then, whose truths are we willing to look for? And what kind of effort will we make to find them? Thank you.
Well, three very interesting, thought-provoking opening statements. And I wonder if we could begin by almost, so we've got sort of archive investigators, we've got archive creators, and we've got archive curators. And I wonder whether if we could begin by sort of distinguishing what we mean by the archive itself, perhaps, because, you know, is data an archive? Or is that just a, if you like, a snapshot on a world? What kinds of things do you need to have an archive? Have you given any kind of thought to that?
Well, I mean, in relation to material that I have encountered, I could say that 198 photographs released by the US Department of Defense documenting use or injuries incurred by people held in their detention centers out of a possible known 2,000 photographs, that's an archive. It's a set of images which were released. I mean, for me, I guess a sense an archive is like a sort of architecture. There is a construction. There's a kind of wall around it within which material is placed, and that constitutes a body of material. But that architecture has a way in and it has a way out, and who's let in and who is let out, who can see, who cannot see, who has access, who controls it. So that, in a sense, is kind of how I think of an archive. There is a sort of architectural construction of control and material and access to it.
Crofton, is data an archive? Are they synonyms?
We published a story a couple of weeks ago about a large surveillance-related data set, and we didn't want to call it a leak because technically it hadn't been leaked. So we called it an archive. It's like I like it's kind of flexy, you know. You can use it like if I was to move my papers off my desk because someone wanted some space there, I could say, just let me get my archive out the way. I'm sorry. I think you can use it for kind of anything, personally.
House, you've been involved in forming an archive as well as studying them and interrogating them.
I guess I'm more interested in the absence of archives, in the sort of non-archive, in the possibility for counter archives. I'm interested in the ways in which the arrival at the word archive means there might be something else happening. Maybe an entering on the scene. It might be entering into a institution. So in a way, the sort of archive word becomes a sort of key onto something else, towards something else. And that's what I've been quite dedicated to. And I think there's a bit of an abuse also of the word archive, TBH. And that, like there's an abuse of the word curator also. I'm going to say that too. And that's also interesting. Not that I would want to be rigid about it, but I would want to be quite specific about it, because then you have to justify why it has to exist, where it has to exist, why should we care about it. So the word archive creates many other questions that maybe sort of give it a reason to be or not to be. if I'm clear.
It's very slippery. I mean, as we've just seen, it can be whatever you want to define, but it's different to an assemblage. An
Yeah.
assemblage is stuff put
Yeah.
together, but an archive has a kind of in and out.
So yeah, I mean, I normally say that archives are kind of representations of organizations or the lives of individuals in documentary form. So, you know, beneath us here and 25 miles west of us is the Archive of Oxfam, the NGO, and that has been curated by archivists here to represent the documentary evidence of the organizational structure and the evolution of those structures of the NGO Oxfam. And so there are record series relating to the board of trustees or the communications department with lots of photographs in them and so on. So I think you're absolutely right. It has become an increasingly slippery and loose term. But let's move away from that definition and think about the way in which you can use and interrogate an archive, whether it's a group of 100 photographs or the 5,000 boxes in the Oxfam archive, and how much, if you like, how much knowledge you can extract from those, and whether a photographic archive gives you enough on its own, and how much contextual information do you need or want around a simple collection of photographs, and how they relate to other forms of knowledge in order to create meaning.
Yeah, I mean, how can I answer that? One experience I've had is spending time in the Arab Image Foundation in Beirut with their collections, where I took part in workshops where people from different level, kind of age groups and backgrounds, students, journalists, artists, historians, took part in kind of readings. We looked for images in those collections and made readings about a theme that we saw in those images. And some of those images had lots of contextual information and some had very little. But it's, in a sense, going back to this idea of absence, it's the absence of knowledge about commissioning, materiality, process, which provides the opportunity and the gaps for new knowledge to be created, because everyone made readings of those images, yes, on the information they had attached to them, but also on what they understood the theme to be within those images based on their contemporary personal experience. So knowledge in an archive is whatever it can be in terms of how it can be animated by the people looking at it and what they bring to the material. It doesn't have knowledge. It has to be released. I mean, it's like a court of law. A piece of evidence, an object in a court of law, it's just an object. It becomes evidence when someone speaks about it, when someone makes a case for why it is relevant. And I think that's the same in archives.
I would agree. And I think because we're in Oxford, I'm going to talk about Oxford institutions, Bit Rivers museums or Bodleian have been also very active in opening their collections and archive to contemporary practitioners to bring to life their collections. And as like Jermaine Francis was talking about to us earlier this afternoon, control of archives is the control of knowledge, and it's the control of narratives. And I think that's also part of contemporary conversations. Who's allowed to have a mic and speak into it? And being able to open up collections, which institutions in Oxford have been doing, and offer them to new pairs of eyes in order to sort of bring knowledge into them, bring life into them. Otherwise, items are pieces of, objects inhabited sort of or uninhabited objects, and they need to be brought to life. They need to be brought into existence somehow. So yeah, that's why I talk about the way in which archives are made of relation and relationships, and how archive also create networks of people. That I think is quite interesting.
And those relationships change over time, and the same objects, which are facts in the world, can have those meanings change over time, and just the same one can possess different truths.
Yeah, definitely.
Depending on the kinds of relationships.
But it's interesting because even if I was agreeing with Ed, I was also thinking at the same time, and you gave a perfect example in the introduction, there's a sense of common agreement here in this room that we should do that. But at the same time, if Trump's staff would do it, I don't know if I would agree with the kind of knowledge they would bring out of it. So then we turn into a conversation about positionality and sort of ideology. And then that becomes, again, very slippery.
Yeah.
I love the fact that Taos you said control of knowledge, control of narratives. In the stuff I'm doing, ultimately what we're trying to do is create narratives. And there's different types of narratives that have different forms, different generic features, different functions, depending on like whether I'm working in investigative journalism, whether I'm building a legal case, whether I'm doing something else. As an investigative journalist, people often come to me and they say, "Hey, do you want an archive?" And I say, "Sure."
Slightly grubby, profitable.
But because an archive, if I may be so bold as to call it that, although you may call it data, it has a kind of illusion of reality, which when you talk to humans, you don't get. And so when I tell an editor somewhere, "Oh, I got this amazing story, and like there's this guy and he told me blah, 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 this is crazy." Like normally the response I'll have is, "Have you got any data?" But the thing is, someone can give you like 1 million lines of data or even 43 million lines of data, and like there's no story in it. There's an awful lot of truth, but there's no narrative at all. And it's actually, you need to talk to humans to actually find a narrative that makes any sense out of that. So I'm kind of sitting in the middle of like, I guess what some people call data journalism and what some people might call like traditional journalism. And I'm sort of shuttling backwards and forwards. Yeah, I think often from a writing perspective, if you're trying to say something about a phenomenon in the world that is happening, having a big chunk of data about it is not necessarily always helpful in constructing a narrative. That's my feeling.
Can I change the topic slightly to one about what you termed absence in the archives, or you might call data loss, or sort of imperfect collection of knowledge, and how much that drives you individually in the work that you do? Is that an important factor? Is that something that, the absence of information in an archive or an absence of an entire archive is almost more interesting than than a presence?
Yes, I'll mention Heather now because she was in Shining Lights in that publication that I worked on with Joy Gregory, and we wanted to have that sort of idea of multi-generational conversations between practitioners from before and practitioners from the now. And Heather this morning mentioned not knowing, discovering, and then being at Goldsmiths, and then Rosie Martin and Joe Spence and all those people. I guess to answer your question, Richard, it's the only reason. It's why I do what I do. I fell in love with photography as a young teenager, and then very quickly realized that my stories were nowhere to be found. And I was supposed to do a PhD on Algerian photographer in Paris, which is my heritage, and there was nothing. And my supervisor was like, sorry, like you need to find something else. That's how I ended up here. But and that's how I related to other diasporic stories. And that's how I decided, okay, that's what I need to do. And that's why I decided to leave academia, because it needed to be outside of those walls and outside of that bubble in many ways. So yes, very much so. That's the only thing that drives me.
The work that I did a few years ago on the CIA rendition and torture program, which Ed and I subsequently published a book on. I mean, that was literally absence was the point where that started, and it was absence of people. It was like people who got basically disappeared from their families overnight and went into nowhere because there was no record kept of them. No one told their children, their spouses, where they were, ever, or at least not until 4, 5, 6, 7 years later. So yeah, like, I mean, effectively, we were building an archive of possibility around that absence, and the more we built it, the more we kind of were able to hone in on a point where we could say, all right, now we're like 99% sure that actually this person is here, or was taken here on this date, or went from here to here to here. So the whole purpose of the archival process that we constructed, and that isn't reflected in the book Negative Publicity we did, is that accretion of material to fill in that absence.
I think I would answer that from the perspective of photography alone as a starting point. And the fact that a lot of the work I've done has been about subjects that either I can't show you or haven't been shown, or where my work is going to be censored, where it's a question of kind of trying to come up with visual strategies to use the photographic in a way to represent something that cannot be seen. And I think it's what you can't see and what you're not shown is often more interesting than what you can see and what you are shown. So one of the sort of kind of fundamental aesthetic creative things I've had to engage with is how to use photography to make images of things that you can't see.
Can I kind of keep on that theme and think about sort of the role of archives and creativity, or if you like, the absences in the archives as a spur for fiction or imagination, and whether those gaps can be kind of genuinely kind of creative and productive in that way, and where that's you know, the role of human agency in that.
Yes, is the answer to that. Absolutely. I mean, I think one of the really interesting things in the Negative Publicity book that we made is engaging with the black rectangle, with the act of redaction by the authorities who are releasing information. And I think that's really interesting in two ways. One, because those black rectangles become like the black holes through which people's imaginations go. If you cover something up, that is a spur to try and imagine what has been covered up. That's a way of engaging. That's a way of creating interest. But also photographically, I come back to the idea of you photograph nothing. You photograph a facade. You photograph things which don't mean very much, but it's the connections which those blanks those facades make, which I think are really important. This goes on to ideas of kind of open source and things happening in plain sight. So the data that we've put together, that we've extracted, that we've looked at in the Cosmopolemos, yes, that's all about transparency. That's data which is available because the American government has to account for everything it spends its money on, but it's full of mistakes. It's full of undisclosed foreign awardee. It's full of stuff which is hiding in plain sight. And again, that's really, really interesting.
Remind me what the question is.
Whether an absence in an archive is an opportunity for human creativity to fill the gaps in the imagination or fiction, and whether that can be kind of valid or useful. Would that notion as an investigative reporter trouble you?
It doesn't trouble me at all. I think that you can do what you want in terms of writing different types of stuff around any archive that you get access to or get your hands on. I mean, I think like there's no it's just a different genre, a different way of approaching it, that's all.
I guess for me, there was a need at the time for me to be absolutely sure of absolutely everything, and that's why it took me 8 years to finish my PhD. And cross-referencing everything and checking all the different collections, private collections, official archives, not so much behind sofas and under beds and all of that, and having so many different interviews, actors of the time, and recording and listening and transcribing and re-listening and wanting to be absolutely sure that what I was writing was exactly what happened. I think now I'm way more comfortable with writing in that way, and the ways in which I took liberties as an historian. My supervisor would not be very happy with me. But also because, and I think that's why I wanted to talk about oral history. It was one of my strategies to understand archives, to lean into oral histories, and I had 37 interviews of many hours in order to engage with that. But we're only humans, and our memory of what happened is only what it can be. And so you end up with, oh, but I was there, but he wasn't there. But that meeting, she was there, but oh, he did that, but he didn't do that. And then you're like, oh yeah, but there's this pamphlet where there's those 5 names, but my name was raised. And so in the field of art history, you have to be a bit comfortable with understanding that there's maybe 70% based on research and the rest is a bit of fabulation.
I think, I mean, in relation to Cosmopolemos, that's predicated on the impossibility of knowing everything. It's about knowledge and power, and it's the fact that this is something that's too big to comprehend.
Yeah.
Power is too big to comprehend. American military spending is too big to comprehend. The data is too big to comprehend. But that's part of the experience, and kind of turning it into something where we actually look at the traces and we look at the granular traces which are left in alphabetical order is a way of kind of seeing bits of something you cannot comprehend totally. Yeah. And often you've talked about your research process in relation to, I forget the philosopher, Maimonides, and these ideas of flashes of light. A flash goes off over there and it illuminates potentially something over there, and a different flash will go off somewhere else. And in a sense, that is about living with the knowledge of the darkness that you're looking into, but something may appear, something may provide.
Man of Maimonides.
We have some of his original documents in this very building.
Good. Come and have a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are because it's Friday. It's nearly 5 o'clock. Crackerjack, come on, Mum, I can't be the only one to remember that. We should move to at this point to questions from the audience. Who would like to start us off?
Thank you all so much. I have a question about etymology, especially for you, Taus, as a French speaker. The archive obviously has been quite heavily theorized as a concept, most notably by Derrida and by Okwe and Weza. And this term, archive fever, has kind of decoupled it or unshackled it from its bureaucratic origins. And I recently learned that the French translation or the French original is mal d'archive, is that correct? So it has this connotation of a sickness almost, a fever dream. And I wondered if that's not, in a sense, why it's so generative, why so many artists and photographers are obsessed with the archive, is specifically because it is this knife edge, because it is a site of contestation and a site of deep kind of historical and hegemonic anxiety. And I wondered if you had any thoughts as a curator who works with archives on this kind of double-edged sword that is at one and the same time a place of anxiety, contestation, a kind of fever dream, which has connotations of, it can be very generative, but also obviously a place for a power struggle.
There's something a bit problematic with the fact that an archive is only an archive and it can't do anything. It has done what it's supposed to do. It's there for us to look at it and be used, be misused, be stored, be organized. It can't do much. Jermaine's archive can't do much to him anymore. He has regained the power in that way because he's now using the archive. And I think that's why it's so generative of many creative endeavors and projects. It's because, especially with quote unquote problematic or full-on racist archives, is that now it's our turn to play with it. And I think there's something quite subversive, something quite joyful, something quite feverish, something quite dreamy. There's then a sort of reversal of power, but with power comes responsibility. So that's also something to keep in mind. But I think there's something quite exciting to discover an archive that has never been used, never been seen, and to be in this close dialogue or this close sort of relationship you built with an archive over years, and know that there's going to be something coming out of it. And I very often sort of engage in a very emotional way to sort of mention sort of some of the ideas that Diane was mentioning, with those objects that are probably quite problematic, but because I touched them and because I carried them and because I spent so much time with them, I almost care for them. And I should if I'm going to sort of interact with them. And that's why you are able to then be maybe subversive, maybe be able to engage with it in a way that could be called critique of something. So it's it's a sort of mix of emotions, understandings, and responsibilities, I would think. But I find it really exciting how, for example, some sort of very contemporary practices engage not just with the archive, but also what surrounds the archive, who made the archive, especially if we're going to look at revivals of institutional critique, for example, which are extremely very recent cases, especially regarding, for example, parts of the world who have maybe not been sort of looked at before or engaged with. So yeah, it's feverish to look at an archive, I guess. Is that my answer? Maybe. I don't know.
So much for sharing your work. I'm really interested in the idea of narrative and meaning, because on one hand you could argue, and it's a perspective that I take on sometimes, is that a narrative is a beautiful lie in a sense. It's something that's constructed to connect things that maybe aren't even connected in the first place. Because it feels to me that maybe what truth is over the reality that we're experiencing is that actually it's sometimes very disjointed, disconnected, messy, chaotic, doesn't provide meaning. We construct the meaning to have maybe a comforting sensation that there is a narrative. Maybe there isn't. Maybe it's just a collection of different things happening one after another. And when I was looking at the snippets of that project that you're working on with the military defense the US defense spending, I was just struck by the randomness of it, the absurdity. And I was wondering what other threads were coming up for you from the data set, aside from the absurdity of it. But it's for me in general, this is almost like an unbearable complexity of our relation to reality, where if we actually look at it in the face and how unbearably complex it is and messy, without the aid of narrative, it's like a very raw expression of reality. It becomes very difficult to behold. And narrative is almost like a kind of prosthesis that we can put on all of that complexity to try to manage it in some kind of congruent way, but it feels that isn't true. I don't know.
You've expressed everything I think about narrative so well that I almost don't want to say anything. My old boss, who was a lawyer, used to say to me that anytime you go into court and you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, you immediately perjure yourself. Because nobody can. Like, how would we? Like, if we were to tell the whole truth, we'd start talking when we were born and like keep talking until we die and never stop. Like, and even then it wouldn't be the whole truth. So yeah, every narrative is a lie, beautiful or not. Trade secret from a journalist. Like, the headline is the most inaccurate part of an article. The first sentence is the second most inaccurate part. The first paragraph is the third most inaccurate part. And the accurate stuff is like in the second half of the article, like by which time we know that everybody's already stopped reading. And it's constructed like that because the relationship between narrative and truth is so complicated that actually it's almost kind of impossible to fit these things together, especially if you've only got like 1,500 words to do it in. Forget it. Yeah, like me and my colleagues spent a very long time trying to make interesting, newsworthy, unreported expose-style narratives out of that very large and fragmentary data set / archive. And, sometimes we succeeded. Those stories are out there. There was one in the Sunday Times about the PR firm Bell Pottinger, and there was one in the Guardian about people who were like identifying targets for drone strikes and stuff like that. It's possible. It's just incredibly laborious. And, after a few years, I kind of wanted to do something else, hence kind of stepping back and looking more at conceptual questions of what does it all mean? Instead of actually trying to find things that it does mean or did, which is quite hard.
I think it's the experience of knowledge in narrative form compared to experience of knowledge in fragmentary form is different. But so you've seen tiny fragments on a screen from a distance. Then if you spend time in the exhibition, you'll spend more time with more fragments. You look at the book, you'll spend time with a lot more fragments. And that experience is a different sort of experience. Some of it is scary, some it's apocalyptic, some of it is lots of it is very, very mundane, lots of it is very, very funny and absurd. And that experience of fragments of knowledge, it does grow. And I don't think it's something to be scared of. It's just kind of an awareness of a different experience of knowledge. It doesn't come with a narrative, but it still is knowledge. You just experience it differently.
This is probably the last question. I just wanted to ask you about your responsibility and the ethics around these objects and how far, I guess, particularly in the case of the life of a photographer, you feel that responsibility and what you can do with that responsibility when you reanimate the archive of someone who has passed away and there's potentially stuff in there that might be problematic.
So I know we don't have that much time. We could do an entire conversation about it, but probably a few years ago now, here at the Bodleian, we had an incredible conversation. It's all recorded and it's, I think, on the Photo Oxford website, called Let Us Now Praise Famous Women. It's about women photo historians who have looked at women photographers. And a lot of them, one day maybe I'll turn this project into a book, but it's about the emotions, care, intricacies, ethics, complications, limitations of art history. I've been taught art history in Paris, where you look at artworks, and I decided to change that and look at people. And I've been criticized for that because you don't do art history based on biography anymore. But if you wanna, if you wanna understand the sort of complexities, context, understanding of why a creative human being would do something, especially if you're going to look at it through the lens of class, gender, race, ability, sexuality, you need to understand their life. And if you need to understand their life, then you need to either interact with their personal papers, or you need to interact with members of their family. And if they're still with us, you interact with them. And that comes with great responsibility and ethical conversations, especially if you're going to ask them questions about things that are deeply traumatic to them. In the case of Shining Lights, it was, and thankfully I was with Joy Gregory, who was able to also sort of talk to me about it. Is that how do you ask questions about people fail careers because of how they look? How do you ask questions about people's not being able to have that show or this book published when others did because of what they were talking about? So there's a methodology, I would say a sort of intersectional feminist methodology of engaging with artists and their lives to understand the context and the reasons why their work exists. So yeah, it's very much on my mind and it's really hard and I don't have the answers.
I think at that point, that's probably quite a good place. Thank you, Taos, for that very, very compelling analysis there. I think this is probably the time for us to wrap up this panel. I just say that it was fantastic to hear the three perspectives, to see some of the work on the screen. We encourage you all to go to Pembroke College and view the exhibit itself. I would like to end on a quote from George Orwell. The past was erased, the erasure was forgotten, the lie became truth. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank the
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you to all our fantastic panelists. I think it's been an extraordinary day. I think we started in the light and we ended to a degree in the dark of the archive, which I quite like, and truth has been to a degree revealed. So thank you all very much indeed. And please, if you can, go and see some of our exhibitions. We have lots more events as well. So yes, your participation is gratefully appreciated. Thank you.